Well,
Well, hello.
why hello.
Imagine seeing you here.
Oh yeah, it's almost like it's D&D time, motherfucker.
Goddamn planned it.
Did the whole Doom effect and everything.
Hell
Those
yeah.
who are not here have been doomed, and technically are now dead.
Oh, damn.
Because that is the power of being doomed.
That is harsh,
Oh yes, but you know,
but effective.
but effective. They were given the opportunity, and now they are dead.
Is this only session 4 of this campaign?
Yes.
It's crazy.
Could be worse. Could be like session 2030 something like we are in the other one.
Yeah, no. But that's what I mean. Like, the other one feels like it's that long,
mm.
and this one feels like it's longer than it is.
I get that.
Maybe it's because I'm just bored of Cyprus already.
God. If that's the case, then fucking hell.
No, I'm enjoying him. Just he feels a bit like a joke character, and I'm like, oh, where else is he playing something super serious now?
Well,
I want Rachel just to send me like an example of one of the backgrounds that she makes for some of her characters, and then be like, I can be upset with myself that I don't put that much effort into it.
well, I mean, two things in regards to that. First and foremost, um, I'll always make the most out of whatever I get, even if it's nothing, especially if it's
Yeah,
nothing. Secondly,
yeah,
it's you don't need a hyper complex character for anything. If you have a concept and you like it, you go from it. If you don't like it, you branch out from it.
yeah. That's what I'm going to do with Cyprus. I guarantee he is not going to be this guy. I like the other campaign as well because we're at a nice point in that
Mm.
that like everybody's characters are developing
Oh yes.
really nicely. Or I feel like that. They might not.
Well, I mean,
Like Cora finally flirting with people.
yeah. From head to toe, Lycoris is being the mother. She's
Yeah,
opening up to everybody somewhat. Um,
yeah.
like your character is
Maturing.
hello, maturing very slowly. Let's be honest, but
Yeah.
he's getting
Hey,
there.
he's
He's
getting there.
becoming friendly of the party and whatnot, and they're slowly
He's
beginning to
getting
understand what
there.
he's like. But they're very protective
He's
of you.
he.
I mean, Asatari's got pretty much everything to her sales at this point. She's just there to make sure everyone else isn't like murdering themselves like a bunch of idiots.
Yeah.
And I mean, she's got Iltsuma, so he's a lead into a story.
Oh yeah, God, we found him again.
Oh yes. And I mean,
Yeah.
Inessa's got uh, Magic Daddy and New Wings, and you know all the fun with all that. And of course, anyway, the big three in your party, obviously. Oh no, wait, big two technically, because Brewin and Lycoris have crazy shit going on all the time. Um, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. By crazy you shit, you mean kidnapped at childhood and then held hostage and haunted by a cult? Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty.
Emotionally
That's
unstable.
Mm.
yeah, but we're not talking about our game,
I'm here.
Rachel. Just
Oh,
Hello.
oh,
Valorant, yeah,
shots fired.
disconnected.
Oh,
Shots were
everyone's
fired?
allowed
Where are
to
these
disconnect
shots?
from that. Aaron's bullying me.
Mm. We we were saying about the characters and stuff, and mentioned mental stability. And she said, yeah, like characters aren't really blah blah blah. And Aaron was like, no, we're not talking about out of character.
Ooh,
Short side. Beep, beep,
ooh,
beep.
ooh.
Okay,
That
well,
one
since
I
all you
seen
nerds are here, roll your
Hey.
fucking d20s.
Oh, fucking
Oh,
hang on, let me get onto roll 20
I
then first of
forgot.
all.
Mhm.
Oh, side note, I played a one shot yesterday where I played a Minotaur Gladiator Battlemaster Fighter. Fuck me, is that shit fun?
Poof.
My
played a
entire
lesbian.
thing. Yeah, so played a raging lesbian barbarian.
Come on!
My entire battle tactic was to get in, grapple, and then German suplex restraint the enemy. That was all my battle tactic was. Oh, I think there's gonna be one person doing this.
Oh.
Right?
Yes, it's you.
No, it is not.
Damn it.
Get fucked.
Well, technically speaking, that is 2 ones, so.
Oh, double trouble.
Mm.
Be back 1 sec.
Oh no.
Why, hello.
Well,
Should we still roll?
Yes,
Okay.
always. Just in case there's double
Ah.
ones.
Yep.
We can always fight with a rolly. Hey, round.
yeah, I'm just reloading. My internet just dipped.
Oh, fair enough.
Because
Lee, there's another thing I forgot to add to my character sheet when I did level up, which was I can cast locate object as well once per long rest, which I
Oh,
just
is that
forgot to add.
the racial?
It is the racial one, yes.
Yes. Yeah, go
Which
ahead.
I've just forgot to add when I did level up, so I'll be adding that.
What?
Yes.
Are we leveled up?
No.
No, it's when we leveled up last. I forgot to add a spell that I could do.
Oh no.
One. Ugh, my nasal passage. Blech. It is filled with
Lovely.
the gunk. And it makes me go blech.
Oh.
Hon. I shall BRB. All of you do your thing, and if Erin is the one who does not fuck up,
Yeah,
it is
I'm
the one
gonna
who does
quickly
not
go
fuck
get
up.
my food
So
and a
my
drink.
favourite note taker when everyone is ready, please feel free to do what you do best. Be right.
okay, just let me see something.
Oh, that's okay. I'm about to do the same. Be right back.
Ah. Okay. Do I have to wait for Lee to recap, or can I just do it?
You just recap.
Okay.
Woo!
Oh, he's back anyway.
Oh, jawohl, and hello, is everybody here?
Jawohl, hört erledigt.
Are you here, Sophie, technically?
Hey, Soph.
I will take that as a no then. Cool.
No.
Yeah.
Why you dying?
Two things, maybe more as I talk, because I do that. Both of them at the moment currently involve you, dear Oliman. The other, the Elden Ring thing, I will be wanting to talk to you about that at some point, the one shot, because I am downloading it as we speak, sort of. Not at the
You're
moment.
downloading Elden Ring?
I've seen a lot of gameplay of it, and I kind of like Dark Souls to a degree, so yeah.
Question mark?
So we'll have to play that together at some point, as well as other things. Because I'll need your input on it while I'm playing it, and for one-shot stuff. And at some point, I want to talk to you about the other project I have you in, because I am somewhat confounded on some bits and would require some assistance.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. Just let me know fucking when, dude.
Yeah,
Just
dude.
chillin'.
Like,
Just talk.
a bit like Tully Croc. You know, pulling the lever.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Fucking yeah.
Like, yeah? Not yas, but like, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Crazy. Crazy.
Totally crazy. Are you also waiting for somebody else to say something so you can give up this voice, or is it just me?
No. No, bro. It's just
No?
how it is, you know what I'm saying? This motherfucking life now, dude.
Ah, dude. Oh, good timing.
I'm back.
Hello.
You wench.
Is everybody here?
Excuse me?
What you say to me?
What do you say?
What you say?
Is everybody here?
Yes.
What you say?
I think so.
Rachel, do what you do best. Regale us with the talents and the dramas and the life stories of you nerds in D&D.
1 second, my dog's trying to drink water. Babe, you've got an entire bowl of water. Leave my cup alone.
I don't give a fuck. That's what the dogs do. This shit fresh.
He has fresh water. I literally gave it to him before I came back to the voice call.
This water is
like-
too fresh. I require
Too
pre-wet
fresh. Now I want
water.
Yours.
It's like this shit spicy.
Okay. Party put the monkey beast out of its misery. Gideon explores the mechanical stuff keeping it alive. Regular red blood. Darker with a subtle smell of death. Some digits have been entirely replaced by metal with fur fused over it. The brain was the only thing properly intact. Exoskeleton infused in certain places. Magical revival due to there being too many abnormalities for a biological success. Taste test. Sour taste, but some rich and resembling eating meat. B-grade blood. Injection on the wrist site, another 2 inches up and continuing up the neck. Same implement seems to have been used. If the beast was moulded, its closest humanoid relation was a giant. And then there's a load of more stuff about injections and symptoms and
Tastiness.
the guard guy was like, this seems like a thing that I dealt with 40 years ago when I was a young man. And then he's like, you two science people come work on the research team, and we were like, but can we keep the stuff though? And he was like, only if you come join the team. And then once we agreed to join the team, he was like, now you three go down to Lowtown and find the perpetrator. Be gone, peasant. That was basically what happened.
Yeah. So you are all currently speaking outside of the house where you fought the creature, giving last minute details to each other about the who, the where, the what, when. But is there anything you guys want to say or do before you depart and split the party?
From Gideon would be happy to crack on. He wants to start getting into the mechanics of the situation.
I have my gloves and apron on already.
He'd probably check on Scrap, make sure Scrap doesn't need any urgent maintenance very quickly, just in case.
Scrap is fine.
Aside from that, boy, let's get.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So to reiterate, Lilith and Gideon are joining the captain in the research team. The other three, you are running around town trying to figure out any details or whereabouts in general of this person that, at the very least, from what Goldie saw, could be involved or is the main perpetrator. As the two jump into the cart with the captain and they start to ride off back towards the station, because they'll take a little bit of time before they can get any activity done, what would the three of you like to do? Where would you like to search first? And obviously you will have Goldie's natural expertise with the area to get a slightly better series of rolls, or a lower DC in some cases.
Well,
Let's start at the house.
yeah.
Where the let's start the guy.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe try and follow the tracks of him if he left anything. His footprints, scuff marks anywhere around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's literally just turn around, you look about 30 feet down, you see the corner where you
I'll
wandered off.
be right back, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, literally like 30 feet away. We will wait for him to get back to do any important stuff, but you do
Mhm.
head over there very quickly. Right, I'm going to change my glass around. Be right back.
Okey-doke. Ollie, you should rate my dinner. We should do that again.
Oh god. I mean, yeah, sure. Go on,
Yeah.
just say. Show me the din
You're gonna see like 3 things that are reoccurrent, like they reappear on my dinner, like all the time.
Is it mayonnaise?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Mayonnaise is one.
That or cheese.
Good lord. That's a lot of mayo. The onion rings. The onion rings gotta be crispy, so we've been
Mhm.
through
I
these.
like them soft.
They
And
gotta
there's
be
coleslaw
crispy.
again.
That sounds like a euphemism, but okay.
Listen,
Ollie likes them crispy. I like them soft.
Hey, look, whatever floats your cheese boat.
funny enough, you are having a cheeseburger as well.
It is a cheeseburger.
God.
And it's got mayonnaise on the cheeseburger as well. Maybe I should show you the amount of mayonnaise on that.
I worry for you, seriously.
Wait, how is there more mayonnaise on the cheeseburger? There's already too much mayo on the fucking plate. And
I've
you're telling
actually
me you've
already
got
had
mayo on the
a lot of
burger?
it.
What? That's
That
not
was-
even the whole thing.
I've already eaten like most of like.
Oh, what the fuck? You're gonna taste nothing but mayonnaise? That's so much mayonnaise.
I'll just post a picture.
Do you
again.
want some mayonnaise with your
God's
burger?
Do you want any burger with mayo? You're right. Look at how much mayo's on that burger.
love
Oh
it.
God, girl.
Wow.
I like it.
Girl.
What is on that?
You-
It's my guilty pleasure.
And
Like,
you even
I
eaten
love
more of that mayo.
I hope you know, if we ever meet and you do that to a burger in front of me, I will take that burger from you and I will smear it on the wall while staring at you, and then I'll put it back on your plate. Because that is...
I lick
Ugh.
them all.
Oh,
I
God.
love mayonnaise. Like, if you got me mayonnaise as a birthday present, like, my life is complete. Like, that's all I need.
God.
Oh, it's a
bottles
good
and
thing
bottles
I'll
of
be in it,
mayonnaise.
'cause Jesus Christ.
Right, Mosey is back.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
What are you three fuckers doing? As you turn to that corner,
For a fucking mayonnaise stand at this rate.
Is there any mayonnaise?
Oh, mayo.
you can smell mayo from a mile away.
Is that mayo stand?
You guys come to the corner, you look around, there doesn't seem like there's really anyone around at the moment except for like one person walking along the distance that looks like they're kind of just travelling home from work from the dockyards. What would you like to do exactly? Look around for something specific? Walk the general direction they went? Or
Yeah, I would say. So the other like, we could try and repath the way he went. I'm not too sure. He just had a weird mask on.
Yeah, sure, we can go that way.
okay.
I mean,
Or we might want to look around here to see if he accidentally dropped something first, just to have a quick look.
he did have like a little gadget.
Mhm.
And I think he used that to control the thing.
Well, let's have a look around first.
Okay.
I'll have a little bit of a nosy.
So, anyone involved, make a perception or investigation check.
Ooh.
Aaron, you are there,
Yeah.
so you of course are involved.
Ye-
Feel free to do so.
Yes, Cyprus is there. He will have a look around.
That's it, Scrappy. You're
I
making
think
us
I
proud.
get- do
Come
I
on,
get-
baby.
I get a plus a D4 as well to my perception. So perception.
Yeah, it's basically all on you.
Ah!
There you
I
go.
was gonna
Plus
say.
D4.
So,
Nice.
The local,
24.
the local knows what they're doing.
I mean, yeah.
Does it smell?
So, as
Motherfuckers
taste
mayonnaise too.
Scrap is looking around, looking for this device that you noted, his eyes would be more keen to something like that. but unfortunately you don't find anything. You're looking around, you look in the direction that Goldie tells you he ran off toward, and you don't really see anything. Savras, of course, is kind of just there for a moment, just thinking to himself, distracted, and then you two start looking around, and he's kind of just clicks and looks around, pretending to be busy, and just starts looking with intent. But Goldie, you saw the path he ran off to, so you immediately kind of look toward it, and then you look around the area around you. You kind of go to the direction that you came walking up first, and you kind of retrace your path a little bit, and you look toward where the others are looking at the moment, and then you look at the corner where you saw the person, and then you kind of make a turn along the left, walking straight forward along the path as if you were going to walk past him, and you kind of just look, and you see this, what looks to be a slight a dark coloration along the wall, and you walk over toward it and you kind of like run your finger off it, and it looks like some kind of charcoal or black powder of some kind that's very, very lightly been rubbed against the wall. Plausibly whatever that person was doing involved such substances, and they never cleaned it off. From what you could vaguely remember, they were wearing gloves though. So anyway, and as you kind of like look at that, and then you start walking along the side of the wall, keeping your eye out for any more, you see very tiny spatters of it along the ground where they were running, trying to avoid your bullet shot. And as you go into the little alleyway that you saw them run to, you kind of look around. It's very narrow. There is a pothole on the ground that's been closed off. There looks to be a ladder that leads up onto the building at the end of the alleyway that's about 10-12 feet in length. There looks to be a clothesline just hung up with what looks to be a small gap in between a set of just basic common clothes. And you notice off in the far right corner, just beside the little ladders, there seems to be some kind of note or a pamphlet or something that's got what looks to be a boot print on it. And as you walk up to it, kind of pick it up and look at it, it says, it seems to be some kind of notice for a place called Small Town, which you would have been to before. It's one of those places that had to be refurbished. It's part of Lowtown itself, but it was originally quite a troubled place. They had to have it refurbished as it's one of the city's many locations where they control the drainage. So they had to send some troops in and some builders. They built a guardhouse. They kicked out quite a lot of the troublemakers. Small Town used to be quite notorious for its gangs and thieves, and supposedly, you can tell otherwise, supposedly it used to be a place for like high-end thieves and the like to intermingle and hang out. But you've, over the years, heard a little bit better about that rumour. And so, as you find this little pamphlet for Small Town that's been refurbished, there doesn't seem to be anything else unless you wish to go onto the roof or go down below into the sewer area.
Oh. I'd call over the other two and be like,
I think I found the pamphlet here for a small town. It's odd. Didn't expect that to be around here. You could have went either up the ladders or maybe in the sewers, and I found this weird black powder on the wall.
Well, which one do you think is more plausible?
Well, he had a weird mask on. Like, it doesn't sound right that he would have went on the roof, right? Surely he would have been seen.
Yeah, makes sense. So, the word?
Do we really want to go in the sewers?
Savras is still wearing a fox, yes.
Yeah. She's just there every so often. You just hear at the back of your head like, "Hey, what are we doing?"
I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. Why did Lilith go? She's pretty good at these kind of things, I think.
Uh,
Or like we could ask someone, see if they saw him.
do we see anyone nearby?
There was a one
Not
guy.
not at the
This is
moment.
this is a dead end alleyway, right?
There's a pothole in the ground and what looks to be a set of ladders at the end of the alleyway that lead up to a roof.
And the sewer is open, or is it got a cover on it?
It's covered over. It's kind of like the actual like normal sewer systems. You'd have the giant like circular.
Yeah, so it's got a manhole on it.
That's the one thing. Yeah. It's covered over.
How long is the ladder?
The ladder goes up about 15 feet.
Hmm.
There is another roof that seems to be some kind of like the equivalent to a garage that's 5 feet just below the reach of the roof, the ladder's reach.
Just to kind of metagame a bit, because there's no way Savras would ask this. The black powder, is there any of that on the manhole for the sewer or on the ladder?
Make a perception check or investigation.
God. Investigation. These guys have been looking close.
Ooh, bitch!
Nice.
So you, surprisingly, as Severus, do think that for a moment and kind of think to yourself, no, that's stupid. And then you kind of look over toward it. You kind of kneel down and just kind of like poke at the manhole for a moment and run your finger along it about 2 inches or so. And then you kind of look at your finger and you see it smeared with a little bit of blackness. But as you run your thumb against your finger, you feel it's gritty. And you're pretty sure it's the same thing.
I want to sniff it. What does it smell like?
It smells like earth.
Like,
Almost very vaguely fragrant. Very vaguely. Almost like a herb, maybe.
Oh.
Cool. Just gonna say to these guys. Don't think you went on the roof. Did he come back out the alley? Is this the only other way? And it's got this same thing. And I indicate the dirt on my fingers as I try wiping it off.
Wait, did you get that from like the sewers then? Like the
Yeah.
From the manhole.
On the manhole cover, yeah.
Yeah, like I tried to chase after him and I didn't see him come back out from here. So sounds like he would have needed a quick getaway, especially with the enforcement around. Are we gonna go into the sewers? Is this a thing?
Sounds like we're going down.
Aww. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere in the distance, Gideon turns to Lilith and goes, "Why do I get a bad feeling about this?"
Oh, should we with the black powder, like, do you think one of the other two might know what it could be? I don't know if we could maybe smear it somewhere and maybe keep a little bit.
As of the moment, there's a very, 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 very finite, like, small grain amount of it. If they have the time and which technically speaking they will at that location, tools to do so. They could maybe analyze what it is, but as it is at the moment, there's not enough there for you to collect more than a small grain without it becoming too small to even see.
Okay,
Mm.
that's fine. Shall we go down the sewer then? This hurts.
If you would be so kind, just to pull the lid off.
What was that? I didn't hear that.
No.
Oh, okay. I was just asking if Severus could pull the lid off.
Pull the lid, Kronk.
It's a little bit dirty.
Wrong lever.
And then, yeah, I'm going to try just complaining how big it is.
Make a strength check. Yep, figured. Just 3. Oh no, it's basic, right, that makes sense. So, very quickly, it is pushed against perfectly as if it belongs in the ground. It sets so delicately, but it does have this kind of maze-like pattern on it, and you get a very, very fine purchase with just a finger and a thumb with both hands onto this weird like maze symbol, and you pinch it a little and you feel it lift ever so slightly, and as it lifts ever so slightly, you hold with one pinch hand and grasp at the side and start pulling, and then let go, grasp at the other side and just pull, and you pull it so heavy that you nearly flip the thing into the air. But you hold tight, and as you open it up, you look down. There is a set of what looks to be slowly aging metal ladders that lead down about 10 or so feet. Beneath, immediately, you can already see what looks to be slightly muddy water. And the smell... The smell lets you know it's there very quickly.
I will step to the side and indicate I have opened up the passage.
Yeah, that's gross. That's gross. Shall we have a look down there for a little bit, see if we can find any more clues?
Ladies first.
Fine, fine. If you need a lady to go first, I can do it. Oh, I'll go and get down. Goddamn sewer.
Okay.
Just manners.
Guys
Just
seem
manners.
like shit.
Yeah, you're sitting in doo-doo water.
So, as one by one you each begin to descend, do you put the manhole cover back over, or do you just leave it open?
No, I just discard it to the side.
Okay. Okay. And as you each begin to walk down, other than the light emanating vaguely from the sun, there is no light down here, beside a torch every 40-50 feet or so. And even then, some of them have been deflamed.
Lit torches in a sewer?
Mhm.
God.
Mhm.
These
Yep.
people are asking for the city to explode.
Looking at them, the flames are roaring very well, as if done recently. Not within a 5 to an hour time limit, 5 minutes to an hour time limit, but within the day at the very least. But as you all enjoy the scent, I will jump to these two.
Mhm.
So, you two are escorted, of course, back to the captain's guardhouse. As you stop around the corner, similar to where you came from in the first place with it, he escorts you out and toward the guardhouse itself. Around the corner, there are people that are no longer really causing a fuss. It seems like whatever problems they had inside of the building have been to a degree resolved, and they've allowed it to public access again. And as you walk in through the front double doors, you see there are a couple of guards stationed in each of the corners, currently being, for the most part, swamped by commoners asking questions. And as the captain comes in, people start to swarm him a little bit, and some of them look at you lot, and you do get a chance to like squeeze inside, outside of their current occupying area. And the captain kind of just looks at the back, motions to one of his men, points to you two. And this slowly balding dwarven man, very thin, weirdly, for a dwarf, comes walking over. He has a axe on his back, wearing the guard's outfit, fits specifically for his frame. He has a small, like, circular cap, just to fit his head, to cover what probably is the worst of his balding spots. And as he stumbles over a little bit, he kind of motions for you to quickly run to this back door with him. As you hear in the back, the captain trying to calm and appease some of the common folk in their questions. As you follow the dwarf, sorry, he walks over toward a staircase, starts walking up, looks back to the pair of you and goes, "So you're going to be the new hands, I'm assuming? You didn't really have much time to talk beforehand with the captain about what we're doing with that thing he brought in."
Apparently, yeah. We're here to help figure out what the hell it is, to be honest, or how the hell it came to be, to my knowledge.
Well, we've got a very finite amount of people that can assist you in that knowledge at the moment. I think he brought some favours in, and it's gonna have some more people within the day, but as of the moment, you've got some basic tools. And then as he reaches the end of the stairs, he turns right, and there's this sudden large open space that looks to be a filing room originally, that has a whole series of glass cabinets where they've all just been piled into as much as plausible, and you just see these two long tables that fill the middle of the room. The room itself expands outward to about 40 feet width and about 60 length. And there seems to be a couple of what look to be safes that are stacked on top of each other, 6 in total, at the far back, dead ahead of you. And the entire place is just like littered with files and boxes and small crates. And on these tables in the middle, you see assorted tools for essentially surgery, really. There are a couple of like jars and vials and things that you would normally consider to be used for collecting organs and the like. And there seems to be some kind of, similar to what Lilith has, some freezing box, which of course for us is just a, but a larger version, similar in size to the safe, about like 5 foot tall, about 5 in width, and placed underneath one of the tables, you can slightly see a chill coming out of it. You see as well, stood in front of that box, is what looks to be a blue tiefling. They have spectacles, they have these golden rings tightly around their horns. They have a basic, very slightly darker grey, but that seems to be more from dirt and just general wear and tear. Kind of like laboratory coat on. Otherwise, it's simple, slightly colourful, pinkish leathers on underneath. They have these little circular spectacles, and they're adjusting them, looking inside, as if they've never seen an icebox. They kind of poke the inside of it a couple of times, and then as they hear the dwarf talking with you, they turn over and look. They kind of squint for a second, and then they look back in. Over the other side of them, you see a red tiefling, kind of somewhat the opposite, a female. They have a very slightly bulkier frame with a little bit of muscle. They also wear a lab coat that seems to have been dry pressed and made cleaned. And as they look over toward you, they have a slightly more masculine, tightened physique, but is evidently female. They have a long trail of hair that's kind of similar to a mohawk. And as they look over, they put their hands behind their back, start walking over. One hand pulls out a similar pair of glasses. They flick them open, put them over their eyes. They hold out the hand from behind their back for a handshake for either or of you.
Suppose yeah, we'll shake the hand. I imagine it being sort of an awkward thing where everyone's crossing over hands, like, hey, we ain't done.
So, as they shake your hands, they give you a small nod, and you see they kind of just look between the pair of you for a moment, and then they look back over toward the blue tiefling, and you hear them stamp their foot twice. The blue tiefling then looks up, looks over towards you and goes, "Oh, sorry sister, that's Mihaela, I'm Lucius." She's mute, sorry. I'm the talker.
Fair enough. To be fair, I mean, I end up doing quite a bit of the talking. He just looks at Lilith. She's not really that mute though.
I only speak when necessary. No waste of my time otherwise.
So, are you going to be the person assisting us in how to figure this thing out?
Why yes. It's very interesting. Oh, by the way, obviously the creature itself is on that second table. Yes, we've already had a small look at it. It's... You see as they stand up and they bash their head on the table, they go... So forgetful sometimes. Slowly bring themselves up, shuddering a little bit. Professional, well done. Anyway, so, looking at its frame, it is similar to what the legends say of a Yeti. However, by inspecting its, and I'm sure you've already figured this out, inspecting its DNA, it's resemblant to, not exactly, but akin to a giant's, or at least it's not natural. It's been reconfigured, readjusted, reformed into, and then you see as they look over, you look to your left and you see Mihaela is currently looking over with that kind of, really just stop talking, a kind of like bored expression. Sorry, I'm rambling. It's all in my report. They put their hand through into their coat, pull out a folder. You see a series of papers inside of it, about 4 in total, but there seems to be a whole like folder's worth inside, and kind of just make a general waving with it, and then chuck it over to that first table. And if you want less of the rambling and just to read my notes, then feel free. Anyway, they kind of kneel down a little bit, pull from their top left pocket a small scalpel, pull their glasses down just a little bit further, and start to gently poke and press at parts of the skin. Mihaela looks at the pair of you and just kind of gives a small nod, and then motions for you to go over toward the table if you so choose.
I mean, yeah, don't see why not.
I wince, realizing I am no longer in control, but I go over anyway.
Okay. So, as you walk over, as you look over at the body, there are some, I believe they've called forceps and all that, to keep open the ribcage. You notice they've gone very deep inside the body at this point. The smell is strong only when you get close, otherwise there's a very lemony scent around the body, as you notice paying more attention now that you've got a better view, they've left quite literal lemons at either side of the neck and 2 underneath the armpits, and they push the arms together to squeeze the lemon. And as you're looking inside the body, a lot of the organs are still there, but they are withering slowly over time. And you see as Lucius, as he's looking inside it, gently like poking at parts of the skin, looks very intently, and he shifts from this nerdy, static little ball of energy to something of a professional. What would you two like to do? Why did that stop all of a sudden?
That stopped a very interesting time.
Dun, combat starts! It comes alive! Yeah.
I'm just gonna go over and start removing bits and putting them in the jars so they don't go all more wrinkly.
And
I'm probably going to start reading the report so I can get the whole gist of what's going on.
okay. So firstly a medicine check, Lilith, with advantage because you have all the time in the world to do this. And there is a very very minimum minor fail rate. So as it will safely take at least an hour and a half to do all of it. You do have machines to suck up any blood that happens to start spurting. You can quite easily remove any ligaments, any veins. Although weirdly, for the most part, you notice, other than the blue veins that were inserted for the fake heart, a lot of the natural veins for the creature seem to be already just giving in. They're pretty much just like soft at this point, as even when you're trying to safely and very gently cut out and pull the organs free, a lot of the veins just surrender almost immediately and start spurting a little bit.
If I find any like mechanical stuff or non-biological stuff, I'm just gonna lay it out in like skeleton form, if that makes sense, to see where it was on the skeleton on the other table.
A lot of it is like plates. They are like heavy steel plates. Not heavy as in like 20 kilo or anything, but they are like a little bit more than you'd be able to carry on your own. So as you pull them out, Mihaela behind you does take small sketches of where each part is and starts to draw a mechanical skeleton as well, and then helps you move the pieces.
And every time I dump one, I'll just be like, Gideon? Like every time. Clockwork.
You'll kind of see him. He's sat on the edge of the table with the book covering his face. You can just see his forehead. And every time you say his name, he's just like,
So, as they're removing pieces and you're reading the report, whenever a new piece is brought over to you and placed on the table, you kind of like lay it out a little bit. And as you're looking at them and kind of like analysing them, make a Tinker's Tools check with advantage as well.
Not me. Okay. Using modifier as intelligence.
Yeah.
Alright. Advantage. Where are we? Tinker's Tools. Intelligence. There you
Nice.
go. Mad.
So you take the time to inspect them. You notice with these plates, there is a very... It's difficult to tell unless you've seen the metal before, but there is a small point where 2 plates have been fused together. Because it comes from Mechanus, you know that things like these kind of like fake appearances can happen sometimes. So you check just to be sure, given that you know that it's from Mechanus, and you like carve into it just a little bit to have a look inside. And as you open up the first one and peek inside, and you start to tear and rip it in half and look, you see along the inside there are a lot of small like wires that are tethered along, and they all seem to be a kind of like a sensor connector. And there's these small flickering lights that's still flickering on the inside, but there are 1,000 tiny little light bulbs. Very, very tiny things. A lot of them have burst or been broken on impact from the fight. And there are a lot of wires connecting them to each other, and a lot of them connect to what look to be these very needle prick tiny points that would have impaled the creature when it was embedded with these plates. It seems like if the creature was enhanced, whoever was doing it probably used whatever medicine or concoction and filled this plate with it, and the creature would have, via these very tiny needle pricks, over time would have been infected in their bloodstream. And as more of the pieces of plates are brought over, you notice each and every one of them has something similar. When you get along to the one that's along the breast area, it seems to have a lot less of them, and it has a couple of those small devices instead on the inside that trigger the electric shocks. And the plating along the bottom side of it, as you remove it, you notice it's a lot finer than it is for the others, so the electric shock current could travel through a lot easier. And as the body is uncovered slowly but surely, I will tell you more when I finish with those two. 3, even. So, in the sewers!
Hey, there's a party going on down here.
Oh yes, a smelly party.
Oh,
So as you have your first whiff of the stench, of course, our dear Scrap does not smell a fucking thing, luckily.
Yep.
As you look around, there is a 20-foot gap between you and the jumping over to the next part that's a walkable platform. You have a 5-foot walkway from here, looking ahead, to your left and to your right. To your left and to your right, it leads down into possibly eternal darkness. If you wanted to, for some reason, trudge the waters in front of you and get to the other side, you totally could, or you could attempt to jump. Every 60 feet or so that you can see, there is a small grate that leads on to another path deeper into the sewer system. You look to your left and right as well, it seems to be a very similar thing. It probably, as intended, leads everywhere across, at least this city. You don't know if it leads any further than that. Even with Goldie's knowledge, you wouldn't know that much. So where would you like to go first? Would you like to attempt to go jumping ahead, or go left, or go right?
Which direction were the torches in?
They're everywhere.
Were they oh, they're everywhere.
At least from what you can see at the moment. As you look left and right, they go on until on the right hand side for about 140 feet or so, and then it looks like they stop, but you're not sure if that's because that's the end of it, or if it turns right, or anything like that. Along the left, you can see it goes on for a good 200 plus. If it helps, I will say you have a degree of knowledge of where you go from here, Sophie. The only problem would be that at some point it will become like a maze for you as you're trying to figure out where you are underground in regards to overground.
alright.
As of the moment, you know where you're going to an extent, but you need to figure out what path they probably took.
Well, I'm assuming they've come from small town, given the small town pamphlet. In a place that isn't small town. So, I'm guessing I'm gonna try and head that way, I guess, and try and lead them that way.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
can we try and make some markings as we go along, just in case? If we could scratch something on the wall, maybe.
That we took. Being a robot and all.
Uh, you can attempt to. It'll still have to rely on your history checks, though.
Yeah.
Can't give
I
you
can
everything.
write it down. So I can just write it down in note. And,
Right down in, you know.
Sure, then I'll try and then I'll do a history, which I suck at, but sure. But we should also leave a marking.
Actually, to be fair for you, it could be an intelligence. Oh wait, is history in?
Same thing.
Okay.
History isn't.
History is better, actually.
Yeah.
Intelligence is -1 and I have Jack of all.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Okay, so
The joys.
Goldie,
Yes.
form a perception or survival check. For the first
Perception.
roll,
Awesome.
for the first roll, you can do it with advantage.
Oh, okay. I'll do perception because I get my D4
Mhm.
extra. With advantage. There we go.
Okay.
Plus D4, just in case.
Not bad.
18.
So, firstly, you kind of coordinate yourself with your northeast southwest, and you kind of turn a little bit, pointing in the direction and mentally reminding yourself, and then you go along the left path. As you start to walk along, you walk, and you see a couple of these grates, and you look through, and it seems to be just more pathways for the sewer water to lead. You continue walking to about 200 feet, and then on the wall you see what looks to be this kind of pseudo map that's been engraved into the wall. And as you look at it, it's slightly old, but it could be of use to you at some point. So each of you have kind of a small look at it, take a mental note of it, and then you continue on. As you go for about 200 feet more, it just keeps on going, and you notice some of the torch lights are very dim. And those of you, which I'm pretty sure is all of you, without light, begin to start to worry a little bit about your footing. Does anyone light a torch?
Wait, the torches have just stopped?
They've not stopped, they've gotten dimmer. It seems as if this area has been lit before, but not for a long time.
Yeah, I guess then.
I mean, if you guys need it, I can see.
I
I don't-
can't you just sparkle like you usually do?
I could. But we're in a sewer, and I'm not thinking straight, so I'm going to try and light a torch.
I don't
Not
want to
trying to-
know where I'm treading, to be honest.
I'm not trying to impress anyone right now, so
Okay.
Is Fox Lady with us?
yes.
Oh, we dragged her down here.
I'm wearing her like a scarf.
She's currently got her head buried in the back of Savras's shirt.
Nice.
Poor woman.
So, yeah, you light a torch, and it roars with a subtle fire, and luckily no explosion. Though you do all suddenly smell what smells like burnt hair as he lights it, and it kind of chokes you for a second. But as the light is lit up, you kind of get over the smell and just like and you start walking on, following Goldie's positioning. You continue on for about another 30 feet until you see this left and right turn. There's sewer of 10 feet in front of you that leads to the next jumping point, and still 20 feet if you want to jump over to the other side of sewer point for the right side. But you continue along the left path for a moment as you're still orienting yourself, and as you move down another 100 feet, you each hear the sounds of like skittering feet running along, and you kind of panic for a second and look, and you see a small family of rats running along the other side path, walking toward the right hand side that you could have gone to, and they're quickly skittering along. And as you continue on about another 40-50 feet, you see a wall that blocks your path but has a continuation along the right. And as you continue on and start hugging that wall, you feel by this point you are still, for you Goldie anyway, you are still in the round where the dockyards are as you kind of orient yourself. And you each see one of the ladders ahead leading up that seems to have its manhole cover slightly exposed, and you can see a very tiny amount of sunlight eking through. Do you guys go up to double check your current location?
Gold is in the lead, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
5 meter wide path, 5 foot wide. So I can't squeeze past her. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So do you Goldie go up and have a look?
Yeah, have a little nosy.
So you slowly go up the ladder, push at the manhole cover, like fingers gripped on the edge of it, pushing it along. It's a little bit heavy, and you kind of just like poke your head out for a moment, and as you poke your head up and out, you look ahead and you see a long straight road, a cobbled path, and you look around, you see a couple of the boats, some fishermen with their little dinghies preparing to go out to sea, or at least low tide anyway. They've got a net, a little fishing rod, and just ready to meet whatever comes their way. You turn, look around, and you hear these wheels cobbling together along the road, and there's that frightful moment where you think it's going to run you over, and you quickly like duck down, and it just comes rolling over you, and you each hear the sound of it rolling over very gently. And you push your head back up out again, and you look around. You can see a couple of people throwing items onto the ship. And you're just like, yep, we're where I think I was. Pull your head back down, kind of push the manhole over very slightly. Bring yourself back down and continue along the path. You guys,
Okey-dokey.
under her guidance, carry on for about another 5 minutes of walking. Is there anything you guys want to say or do?
Really?
Not really. Like,
No, because Severus doesn't want to seem stupid, so he's not going to ask anything.
She's like, yes, I know what's happening here.
I'm a woman on a mission currently.
Okay,
I probably wouldn't be speaking a lot. I'm probably there, like, where is it?
okay.
This way, 2 lefts, then right.
So as you continue on, you have that 5 minute kind of silence. Every now and again you'll hear a thrashing or a splashing in the water, and it spooks just a little bit. And as you guys look over, like weapons ready maybe, you see a small crocodile that's just watching you each in the water. It pokes its head out for a moment and looks at you as you're taking steps by, and you're kind of just staring it down. It's staring you, and then it just splashes you with its tail, and you each just go, oh no, no! And then it quickly like scurries away into the water. Yeah. And as you continue on, just kind of like trying to make yourself as dry and scentless as possible. Luckily, a certain Severus here has that ability. Just saying.
Yeah, no. Maybe when we're out of this and I can smell something that's not just sewerage.
Oh yes. So as you continue on, there is a split tri-path by this point as the sewer water starts to spill into different directions, and now you see in each of the paths there is a 15-foot wide tunnel, there are what looks to be these metallic grates that gingerly hover along the edges. Some of them look old. Now, we'll need a check from you, Goldie, but before anything else, as you guys get here, just as you're about to choose a path, you kind of set yourself in the middle. There is this platform almost of about like a 25-foot that connects the left and right paths. You've been following the left as of the moment. This platform connects the paths and sort of connects the paths leading into each of the grates. As you step into this middle point and kind of just look between them, think to yourself for a moment. You each hear with this echoing, "So Goldie, this is what you're doing lately, babe. I'm afraid you've fallen a fucking far cry from what you're used to."
Sorry. I did not expect that to happen.
Yeah. And it echoes with no direct source. And as you hear the voice, you feel your hand immediately go for your gun as you try to find which direction it comes from. Did you make a perception check?
Oh. Okay. Without normal deception. There we go. Plus my 18.
Not bad.
I'm on it, you know?
Oh yeah. Mosey as well, if you so feel free.
Come on.
Not bad. So, as the sound kind of echoes, you, with that tense situation, focus, and you hear the sound a little bit stronger from behind you. You quickly turn around, gun ready, pointed, and you, Scrap, in that moment as well, being fully aware and good with sound, you kind of just turn around as well, and you look into the darkness. You each see as you turn around as the very bare minimal lighting that there is being snuffed out. From about 80 feet away it starts, the first light. You see a pinch of fingers snuff the first flame. This very, very tiny flame. "Now, baby doll, might I ask, what you doing down here?" And then you hear steps very quietly in the darkness.
Oh, crickets.
Like, owl.
Is this who I think it is?
Yep,
The person.
yep.
The person.
The person. So he asked what I was doing down here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess just stooped to a new low. You already beat me to it by the looks of it.
Oh, well now, isn't that just a bit crude? And you see as the next light is snuffed, but this time you see as a hand grasps around the fire, it smothers it in their palm. "Now, might I just mention, I'm not here for any arguments. I know we've a sordid past. I just want to let you know a few things. You've got a bounty on your head. I'm not here to collect today, though. Boy, would I love to. Wouldn't that be a cosmic irony? Just thought I'd be the first to tell you."
Well, I'm pretty sure you got more of a bounty on your head.
Well, while that is true, unlike you, I am still very much in favor.
Yeah, yeah. You really did an upgrade, didn't you?
My dear, you're wounded. But no, I don't mean my choice. I mean the people. I mean the people behind me, not the people by me. As the steps stop, and the light 20 feet ahead of you does not give vision of this person, but you're pretty sure they stopped there. No, my dear, what I mean is the Order. She does not favor you no more. That's why they've allowed the bounty. And that's why I figured I'd be the better man. And let you know that there's one out on you before someone along the lesser road tries to take your head. I would not want them to do that. I believe it is owed. I believe I am due. As a favor to you, it might as well be me. So stay alive. You have 24 hours. I've asked them that much. Either get out of town and make this fun, or you can come and find me. You know where I live. And baby, oh, please make it a challenge.
Don't call me that. No.
Fair enough. I'll be on my way. But the next time, you will not even hear my voice. There will only be a bullet, and then there will be your brains splattered all over your friends' bodies if I do my job right.
Well, that involves you getting there first, so, good luck to you.
I made a better gunsmith win. And then the final flame is snuffed. But you hear no footsteps. You see no face. You just see darkness and a silence. And what do you do?
I hear nothing.
You hear nothing. The footsteps
At
go
all.
quiet.
I'm gonna just cock my gun up so he hears it and just have it in the direction I heard him before.
Mhm.
Just in case I do hear anything.
Then the memes begin.
I did not expect any of this to happen.
Yeah.
Or Savras and and
Well,
Scraps,
Cerberus is
I have no
behind you as
idea.
well, so he's between you and this guy if the fighting starts.
An old ex. We could say that. It's not worth my time. It does. Can I hear anything else, or is it just literally gone silent?
Make a perception check.
Oh.
You had your D4? Yeah, there we
20.
go. Nice. Dirty 20. You hear the sounds of the running water, but beyond that, everything has taken to a quiet. No cocking of guns, no wannabe smooth talking, no showboating, no nothing.
It does sound strange, but is there a different scent in the air from that direction? Does it smell slightly different?
Make a perception check.
Do I get my advantage?
Yes.
Because it's relying on smell.
Actually, no, technically. Just because you have other smells.
Okay. Well. Come on. No.
No. So,
Been in this for too long.
yeah, you're getting acclimated to it, but when you intend to smell something specific, that's the first thing you smell, and it just overwhelms.
Yeah.
I mean, You can sort of smell the gunpowder from her gun, but that's about it.
Yeah. She's 5 feet away from you, though, not the 15
Yes.
feet.
So,
Shall we keep moving on?
as
Left, right, or straight ahead.
as you look at your options, you each vaguely remember from the map that it points in a northeasterly direction. So it can either be the middle or the right side pipe. So Goldie, make a history check.
History check.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, this is where I falter. I'm not intelligent. There it is.
So you kind of look
I
at the
can see
pipes,
everything.
and you're just kind of like scratching the back of your neck, looking at the other two, like, yeah, I kind of don't know where we are.
Can I try?
You can indeed.
Mm-hmm. History?
Yeah. A little bit better.
Oh no.
So with them two, you kind of just look between the pipes, and since the left has been completely negated, you kind of look at the two of them. You recall the map a little bit, and it is kind of a bit of an awkward one. It's kind of a northeasterly, but the only saving grace you can remember is its more easterly direction that Small Town was pointed in. So the right pipe, maybe.
Oh no.
We are clearly not the team for history checks.
We're gonna get lost in the sewer.
The 3 dummies. Yeah.
Do any of the paths look different?
There looks to be very, very slight amounts of cleaning done to the walls along the right side pipe, as opposed to
Like-
the middle and left, which looks just grotty and is growing moss in places. The one along the right looks like it's at the very least had someone like
Scrape along.
Yeah.
Cool. That's the route that we go.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm assuming. Can ask the fox which direction.
It's with its head currently buried. It just says in your head, "Don't, please don't make me say words. Don't make me say anything. As a person, I am very much dying right now. I wish I never met you people. This is the worst. I hate you. No, I lie. I don't hate you. I just wish I was never born and came here."
Oh. Oh man.
I'm sorry.
Can we just leave this cursed place? What kind of vile druidic spirit summoned a scent goblin and made it wash its butt all over this place?
I'm sorry. And then I'm going to stop talking. I'm not visibly upset.
Oh.
She then raised her head up a little bit, and now that she's raised her head up a little bit, the crystal, like, pretty much in like a pouch in her mouth at this point, she opens up her mouth a little bit and just kind of like, not spits it out, but spits it to the point where it's hovering out of her mouth. She kind of just holds it out for a moment and just says inside your head, "Oh, by the way, this thing has been vibrating the entire time. What are we doing here?"
What's been vibrating the whole time?
Dirty-minded bastard. The crystal.
The crystal.
Mhm.
we're looking for somebody,
Hmm.
right? As I say that, I'm looking at Goldie and Scrap to confirm that we are indeed looking for somebody.
Yeah. Creepy mask guy.
She just tilts her fox head and just kind of does as much of a shrug as she can, and then just kind of gently bops you on the side of your cheek and just goes, "Open your hands. Yeah, just, it's weird." And then
Yeah, I'll take it.
she
I'll
kind of just
put
like
my hands in front of her face.
spits the crystal into your hand, and it's a little bit slimy, of course. But the second it touches your hand, you feel it's kind of like rumbling. It's shaking very lightly in your hands. And as you kind of look at it, you see with all the colours that it's attained from all of you, on the inside it's shining very brightly, but it's not displaying that brightness on the outside. And as it rumbles around in your hands a little bit, you feel as it's trying to like not roll out of your hands, but rolling in a direction. But whenever it tries to roll, it just returns to a central point in the middle of your hands, as if it needs to be let loose.
Which direction is it trying to roll? Which, the three tunnels.
It's
Is it rolling towards?
it's rolling toward a middle. But again, because it doesn't have enough like surface level, it seems to just roll toward the middle and then returns to a neutral point.
Yes. I don't want to just drop the crystal.
In the dirty water. Mm.
The scrap and Goldie are seeing this, right? They're seeing it roll around in my hands.
Or at least shake a little anyway.
Just shake a little. So they're in front of me, so they can. I'm hoping, determined that it was supposed to go that way. I don't know what to do without just metagaming hard.
Do it.
You think the crystal is trying to show us a way somewhere?
Maybe.
It's vibrating a lot.
Maybe.
Uh, is there a place we can set it down around here? Maybe?
Nowhere clean, but you can place it on
Good.
the like thing you've been walking along.
Could place it there.
Okay,
Maybe
I will
we can
lean
try it.
down and I will place it in a spot that Goldie has indicated.
And as you place it,
Then I will let go.
as you let go and you feel the grating that you're standing on kind of very low vibrate as the thing starts shaking around and like doing these very small like bounces almost as it hovers like this very minimal amount as it's bouncing. You see as it starts rattling around and it's pointing toward the middle, and then it slowly starts pointing more left and left, but then it stops pointing toward the middle path, and you see it settles. You hear from Mitsuko in your head, Aaron. It's never done that before, by the way.
I will shift the other two up ahead of me, and I will go and I will retrieve the crystal.
Okay. As you pick it up, you feel it starts to shake around still, as if it's still trying to point toward the middle. But that seems more of a asserting that direction kind of thing, more than telling you something new. So what do you each do? Your knowledge tells you right, the crystal's showing you middle.
Can I ask the fox can we toss the crystal?
What? No!
Huh?
I mean, it's not going to break, but no, don't just throw it. Have you seen the sea key water? No.
No. Not trust.
Trust.
Yeah.
Trust.
Mm. You see it? You see the eyes kind of narrow for a second. Make a persuasion check.
Make a what check?
Persuasion!
Oh, I'm good at those.
Oh,
No, you're very good at
you
those.
are.
You hear in your head, okay, but only because I trust you. Only you can do it.
No, okay then.
Yeah, okay. I've been, as I picked it up, I was reaching up to pass it back to her, but then I'll pass it over to Scrap as she's. I'm assuming she says that into everybody's head.
Nope, one at a time.
No. Oh, cool. Well, then I'm still reaching up to pass it to her
She kind of
on
just
my shoulder.
pours it in the direction of Scrap.
So I'll take it.
Mhm.
And I'll ask. So what should I do with it now?
Are you asking us?
I'm asking the fox.
Oh, nothing. I thought you wanted to drop it or something.
Yep. Well, what does it mean when you do that?
I don't know. It's a first for me. It's pointing to the middle, so it probably wants to go to the middle. I didn't know the thing was sentient. Not the first time, though. I've seen many sentient crystals. One of them tried to eat me. Not really sure how that would have worked for it.
What do you guys say? Should we trust the crystal and go to the middle, or trust ourselves?
Savras looks so confused. Because people were talking about crystals. Eating people. Oh no, actually, because that was into his head, so Savras just looks confused.
I mean,
That's
it
all.
must mean something.
In one brief instance, you all hear in your heads, "We should follow the crystal. It means journeys."
What's that?
That was the fox lady, right, in our heads.
Yes.
Cool.
Shall we?
It sounded a bit crazy.
Yeah.
How convincing is she?
I mean, she's mad as a hatter, so by this point it's up to you.
Can I try to insight to see if she wants to lead us to our doom?
That's right.
good
Just
question,
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
actually.
do we insight against whatever it is, persuasion? Shit.
Ah, fuck.
Ha!
God, I am convinced. I am
Goldie,
convinced.
go, 4.
I'll do
Goldie, 4,
insight.
go.
Yeah. Oh
Natural
my
20.
god.
Fuck, okay. So, right, so those two are just like, I mean, talking
I
cat
trust you in my
person,
life.
bit weird. And you're just there like, Yeah, no, she's just kind of stupid and lives in a place where the Fae are normal. So anything she says could either be the stupidest thing ever and just you shouldn't listen to it, or it could be something that's real and you should fear everything in life. For this current situation, she just wants to go on an adventure. And the fact a sentient crystal is telling you to do a certain thing, she's like, yes, yes, we must do that thing. I want to do the thing. And she stopped complaining about the smell, so...
She just seems to be excited over it. So, I don't mind going down there.
Want me to go first?
Let's just go ahead, I guess.
Savros is now looking excited because the fox was so excited and eager.
She's currently like rapidly like tapping your back as if it's a drum, just in excitement, as you begin to walk toward the middle. And Crystal, who holds the crystal at the moment?
Scrap still has it.
Okay. So, in your hand, as you're moving, as you begin walking toward the middle, you feel as it starts to vibrate along the left side. Because as you start to move to the middle, you see the pipe takes this slight left turn and then dips downward in a diagonal and about 15 feet down. And there is what looks to be steps to some degree. The water splashes just slightly along those steps, however. As you guys begin to make your way down, you move very slowly, as it is very wet, and though it's metal, you do not want to risk smacking your head down against those things. And as you start to make your way down, you notice there are a lot more metal grates along the floor, and as you reach the bottom, the grates, the steps, turn into what look like large metal plate flooring. And along the walls, for about 30 feet, you see what look to be cells, like barred cells. They've rusted heavily over time, but they look as if they are currently closed, maybe locked. There does seem to be a keyhole in each of them. There is one cell out of the 10, 5 on each side, that's still open, that's on the furthest right hand side, that's been left ajar and has been seemingly pushed with pure force to bend along the top half. At the end of this space, about 40 foot long, about barely 25 foot wide, there's a brick wall that blocks most view except for the shape of a door frame of about 7 foot height with about 4 in width that doesn't have an actual door in the way, but you can see what looks to be just a black space. In this room there are 2 torches that seemingly have been recently lit that roar enough to fill the space with light so you can see anything around. The place is very weirdly damp. The floor has what looks to be mixtures of colours, blackish, some slicks of very light greens, a very dark brown coloration near the entryway where the brick walls are. And as you kind of look around, the crystal stops vibrating in your hand and it stops pointing forward toward that entryway. What do you guys do?
It stops pointing in any direction, or it points towards that cell.
As you guys got to the bottom step and stepped onto this plated platform, it was still vibrating before you stepped into this area, and it was pointing forward. And then when you stepped onto the first plate, it stopped vibrating altogether. If you take a step back onto the steps, it continues to vibrate, pointing in that direction again.
I feel like we're pretty much committed to following the crystal at this point, right?
Yeah. It seems pretty weird down here.
as you kind of take a small scope of the area as you make your way in. You look around, you look in between some of these cells, and similar to the floor, there are what look to be like almost skidding marks of assorted colorations of stains, and there are some colours that are better left unsaid, but you notice quite a degree of viscera, and there's this it's subtle, but there is a slight bloodied smell that emanates, even amongst the sewage. And looking behind you, the water from the sewer does lead down here below and heads beneath your feet and plausibly into that next room that is in pitch darkness.
But you guys can see down here, right?
You all can see down. As of the
Yeah.
moment, the room itself is pretty, to a degree, well lit. Or at least the space you stand on. The cells aren't lit as much. There are 10 in total.
In the crystal, we go into the cell.
And there's one that was slightly ajar, did you say? That's
Mm. The furthest back, at the right.
yeah,
That's the one
I'd
with
like to
crystals
check that
pointing
one out. Yeah.
Okay, so as
Yeah.
you wander over toward it, kind of look inside, it's pitch black on the inside of it. The light does not reach over there. So I'm assuming Sabras, you walk over with your light.
Well, I've got a torch still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's why I was asking. These guys can see in the dark, right? It's just me that's blind
they cannot.
without torch.
Each
Oh, you
each,
don't have that vision.
each of you need a light source.
Oh.
So as you
Oh, okay.
wave your torch in front of it, it reveals what looks to be more like brick wall along it. Each of these cells are barely like 5 by 5. As you kind of look inside, you see what looks to be this very dust-covered carpet of some kind. Along the back of it, there is this barely 1-inch line that seems to have avoided the dust cover. But beyond that, there's nothing in there.
One inch. Like a 1-inch line in like a swing of a door, or like as a door's been opened, or is it a straight line
no,
against a wall?
Directly in the middle of it, there's a very oh shit, my brain suddenly just died. A very small carpet that is just covered in dust, and small smatterings of that dust seem to have settled around it. But it looks like at some point it's been moved from its original position, so that area that was covered over has been
Oh, I
the
see.
dust
Like,
itself
and
has
then
been like brushed out of the way.
okay, just like the carpet's not been laid in the exact same place.
Hmm.
Cool. Who's smart enough to pick that up? Because that's me metagaming.
Nope, nope. In regards to stuff like that, it doesn't matter about intelligence and all that. If it's something you've picked up as a person, you don't need to justify anything.
Okay, cool. Gonna go kick the carpet over. Put over, kick the corner of the carpet over.
So you kind of just like give it a little kick over. Immediately, it's just like poof. It's like scattering of dust as you kick it over a little bit, and then you kind of just like keep shuffling it. You see what looks to be some of the floor has been replaced by brick. The floor itself is plating, but you do see what looks to be a single, two bricks that have been placed in the plating. As you kind of look at it, there's no way that it's just casually been placed there because of they didn't have enough plating. This entire fucking room is filled with it as the floor. So you take that moment, kind of like pinch out one of the bricks. It goes pretty easy, and as you pull out a brick, you see what looks to be a rusted copper key buried underneath it, and you kind of like peel it out, and you hold up the key to the others. Now, before we get anywhere else with that, those two have a turn.
Yeah.
So where were we, my dudes?
I was removing organs.
Oh yeah.
Gideon was breeding.
So, as Gideon is reading it up and you are removing organs very safely, you manage to pull out all of the expected organs, as well as what looks to be an additional kidney on the inside of the creature. Now, from the notes that's been written up by Lucius, apparently it's not natural for a Yeti to have an additional kidney. So it seems to have been grafted onto the inside of the creature, and you notice as you're pulling it out, some of the organs are very squashed together, and it becomes a slight process getting it out safely, but you do, and you preserve each and every, as well as the additional kidney. Though, do you take the time to inspect that kidney, possibly losing it in the process for the name of science, or do you
Yes.
preserve it?
I will inspect it.
Okay, make a medicine check. Nice. So, as you place it on the table, the opposite table, and kind of very slowly and gently scalpel at just the finest layer and take a look inside, you see there's this very thick, greeny, kind of purplish coloration, some liquid that the second it comes into contact with regular air, you see it starts to shift into a very odd kind of mixture, a weird kind of like darker purple with little spots of green, and the green very then quickly gets soaked in with the purple. It takes a very visceral reaction when air is included, and for the sake of putting science into any of this, because I'm not going to do that because I'm not that smart, you, Mihaela, both spend about the next hour or so theorizing as to what that is, and there won't be a check because your fucking medicine check was fucking amazing. You learn that that pocket seems to be a natural collection of the substance that was used to alter the creature's DNA. And it will take quite a lot longer to figure out a lot more of the specifics of that, but for the time being at the very least, it seems this kidney was grafted and put inside the creature for the specific need of a quicker mutation of some kind of its original form, just in case it, for whatever reason, it maybe didn't take the mutation well, this would force it, or kill it, or whatever the case would have been. It had a perfect container for its transmutation inside of its own body. And though you lose the additional kidney, and most parts of this liquid becomes, technically speaking, contaminated, so you would never be able to fuse it with other, like, blood or liquids without it just becoming that. You at least now have the knowledge and write down very quickly the notes of what you find before the liquid itself becomes too contaminated by the air and can no longer be used as a viable source. as you try to save some of it in a vial and put it away, but as you bring it back out an hour later and try to inspect it, you notice it's just transmuted into this essentially poison, and it has any real useful medical application other than, well, poisoning someone. But you learn at the very least that much.
I will still keep a vial of it because, you know, poison's good use.
Oh yes. As Gideon, you look over the notes. You read up as well that though a lot of the body has been pretty much just dissected and put to nothing at this point, the tissue, the muscle, it still has very minor living portions to it. Like the muscle itself is still reactive to stimuli, though in very fine amounts. The tissue is dying nonetheless, but when you would poke it or prod it or give a very minor static shock via one of the devices, it responds and it solidifies a very fine amount. But as time goes on, more and more, the body, it does give in to decay, and eventually, of course this is later down in the line, eventually it will no longer be responsive. But whoever has caused this has found some way to delay death to an extent and allowed the body to remain animate to a degree. And as you're tinkering with its skeletal exoskeleton, you learn that a combination of shocks and possibly drugs, you're not too sure, as you're checking over with those lot and their new, like, poisoned pancreas, as I'm not going to call it because I like that, poisoned kidney. You learn that whoever it is trying very hard to learn to stop the body's natural ebbs and flows. And they're either a mad scientist or they're a fucking genius, because fusing all of these elements together is very, very difficult in what could be a very unwilling host.
Does this rub me the wrong way as someone whose body has ceased to function but still exists as a vampire? Is this threatening to me?
As you're learning more and more about it, there is something about it that rubs you the wrong way. As a scientist, as a practitioner of medicine, you are enthralled. You want to know more, you have to. But being what you are, it is kind of a form of revulsion. It's an alteration of a natural chemistry, and it's kind of frightening as well, to be fair, or maybe exciting, because you're not entirely sure if it would work on you or not, but the concept of the possibility is nonetheless a threat to your general existence. Not to mention, you're technically undead, so would it really work? Or would it just cause permadeath? But as I said, whether or not that entices or disgusts is really up to you.
A bit of both.
Is there anything else you two would like to do with the body? This is, of course, over the case of like several hours of experimenting and back and forth with the other two, and over time a couple more people do come in with assorted tools, and they're wearing face masks, and they have what would be like lab coats. 2-3 more individuals do walk in, an elf, a half elf, and a human. They seem to be like juniors. They're solely for the purpose of helping you, and they do all the meager tasks you need, like fetching this, fetching that, holding open a rib cage and making sure a certain series of vials is still intact or still on the right levels, and yada yada.
Are we ever left on our own?
No.
Am I ever left on my own when everyone goes to bed?
No.
We haven't got that far yet, have we? God damn it! Okay.
It would have been about 5 hours by this point, which of course those lot will have a grand adventure by that point. But you
They're
They're not leaving us alone with it.
No, it doesn't seem like that's in offence to you. It seems like more they are just fit to do the job. They want to get it solved. And it's not like you're ever not left by yourself with just Gideon or anything. There's always at least one other person. Someone goes between like snack breaks, sleep, and so on and so forth. But it seems like they take shifts to some degree. So, but again, of course, that'll be when that comes to. Otherwise, for the most part, everyone is just set on doing the job for the time being.
Okay.
Well, there's anything else for me to do. I've checked over the notes. I've checked over all the mechanical bits that Lilith has pulled out and put on the table. I've basically examined the machinery of the thing. So yeah, that's basically it. Besides ensuring they're put away properly and preserved.
I want to take a few more blood vials.
Mhm.
Not for eating, for research purposes.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So, where are you putting those vials? Are you putting them in your own store or the fresh box?
I already have one in my own store.
Yes.
My store's currently full
Mm.
because I've drunk 3, and then I've got the Kitsune blood, I've got Savras's blood, and I've got the Monstrosity blood.
Mhm.
So I can't fit any more in. But I'll put some more. I'll put some more in the ice cooler with the intention of eventually stealing them.
Fair enough.
Totally not for drinking.
She won't get wasted.
They are for personal research projects.
I'm assuming you never have this conversation in the lab.
Oh god.
No, but I just keep taking blood samples every now and again, and putting them in the box.
Every time you take one, you'd look up at Gideon, and he's just kind of there doing the whole. Ooh, she's
And if-
stealing.
Just the silent
any-
judge.
If anyone else asks me, I'm just gonna talk about all the different types of blood tests you can do.
Mm.
Like this one I'm looking for certain additives in the blood, and this one I'm looking for the protein levels, and this one I'm looking for the different types of vitamins and whether he was deficient in any. It all has a good reason.
Weirdly enough, the creature itself looked like just a walking amalgam of just metal and fur, but it was actually like physically fit, all things considered. You're not sure if, well, you're pretty sure to be fair, that was a design choice specific for the purpose of it either being some kind of circus monkey fit for moving things around or just beating the ever-loving fuck out of whoever it belongs to's enemies. But nonetheless, you yeah, it was a well well hung, well physically fit creature.
Well, if they ask me, I will discuss all the different types of blood tests that I know of.
Mhm.
And that's why I have so many blood samples.
No one really questions it, though you certainly feel it coming from the interns.
You'll have to check for the glucose level. And look at the blood count. Very important.
Lucius also goes, yeah, blood count, very, very, very useful. And then continues on, just like gently scalpeling.
I'm just coming up with excuses. But they're not actually excuses because they are viable blood tests that are done on
Yes.
normal people every day.
Mm-hmm.
We totally believe you.
She's just like, no, I am not a vampire. I mean, I am a
Okay,
normal person.
I'm
I
using this
am
blood to a coagulation panel to look at your blood's ability to clot. It is very natural. I'm checking to see how his body's clotting ability has been impacted by the use of the liquid. It's all in the name of science.
Madam, I wasn't even asking.
You looked at me funny.
I just wanted to know where the toilet was.
I don't know. I don't need the toilet.
Gonna look.
Now. I might later. You don't know that.
Actually, now that we talk about it, and then you see Lucius' hand go on his shoulder while crouched down. He just goes, "Look, we have a lot of study to do. Can we just do the study? If she needs to pee, she can go later."
You don't understand the real search for science.
See,
You'll learn when
She
you
gets
are
it.
older.
Lucius points at you and just goes,
Nothing comes before the science.
"Exactly. I haven't even peed yet, and I've had like 5 coffees."
It's been a very long time since I peed.
Lucius does this like very heavy, suddenly squinting, and then stares at you, and he looks deep into your eyes, and then his eyes open up, and he goes, "I really need to pee now.
I'm probably very dehydrated.
Do you want some coffee?"
No, thank you. Do you not know the adverse effects of caffeine?
"That's fine. I'm awake and alive." "Gideon, do you need coffee? Does someone need coffee?"
Ian kind of just
Gideon?
looks up with a welder's mask on, like, I'm good.
Thumbs up. He's just looking over at you, like eye twitching.
Lucius, are you aware of the issue with the caffeine withdrawal?
"I don't have a withdrawal. I've had a lot of caffeine today."
Perhaps you have a bit of addiction.
"Addiction is proof that you can't admit you have a problem." "I definitely have a problem. Give me more caffeine." Looks at the intern as he says that.
That is not what addiction is. Many people with addiction can accept they have a problem.
"No, I accept that I have a problem with caffeine."
Maybe you should not. How can you dedicate your life to science if you are stuck on the drug of caffeine?
Mm, be-
I am so disappointed in you. I'm gonna go back to like scalpeling.
You actually hear an audible gasp. You just hear the sounds of as he's crawling along on his knees, scraping along the ground, which is probably very unhygienic and very, very dirty. But you've already
That
seen
is
his dick.
very dirty. Stand up. You are not a child.
He's just like clutching onto your leg very tightly and he goes, "Take it back. I'm a good scientist. I put all the
You
effort
are a
in."
very good scientist, but you would be better if you were not so addicted to caffeine. Be addicted to discovery. It is far healthier.
He just
It's
looks
definitely
looks up
healthier.
at you deep in your eyes. You can kind of see the welling of water as he's almost emotionally inspired, just like staring at you like, "Are you a science goddess?"
I'm just very old. I don't have much in my life except science.
Oh my god.
Did you know that one of my companions has had an alarming amount of sexual diseases? Would you like to see my notebook?
Just as his mouth goes agape, he kind of you see there's that moment where you're in a belief that he's gonna probably say no, and he just goes with a whimper. He goes, "Yes."
When we are taking a break from
As-
removing organs, I will show him my portfolio of Savrat's many diseases.
As that entire conversation happens, Gideon has this welder's mask like on top of his head, and he just sort of whispers to himself, going, "I hate it here." Just flips the mask down and just carries on working on everything.
You feel this like presence just come from behind you, and you hear the sound of a foot tap twice, which you've learned at this point usually means Mihail's trying to get someone's attention. And you kind of turn in curiosity with the mask on. Mihail's just behind you, slightly imposing, but not with a like face of that anyway. They just look at you. They just look toward Lucius, and they kind of just make an X sign with their hands, and then they point to their heart to say, "Don't belong to me."
Is this why you don't say a lot of words?
And they kind of
It's just weird here.
they raise an eyebrow, they look up to the roof for a second, and then they look down at you and go, with a very slow, sort of, yes, head nod.
That's so. Well,
Meanwhile, in the corner, I'd be like, "Did you know when I worked in Gustodon, I used to look after all the prostitutes in Old Town, and let me tell you, I have so many notebooks."
He's just kind of like like a baby, currently like biting on the edge of his thumb, like looking into the book, just looking at you. Every time you say something, he'll kind of like nod just a very little bit, keeping his eye on the notebook.
How old is he?
You're not really sure, but he's not a child. He's kind of in that equivalent to like a 20, 30.
So young, so impressionable. Yeah, I'm just gonna troll him for the rest of the night in the hope that if I troll him enough, he won't notice me doing anything dodgy.
Anything skeevy.
Exactly.
Okay. So, as you guys come toward what you believe nighttime anyway, as the sounds of people have settled down for a long time by this point downstairs, the door to your current office, anyway, your lab, opens up, and you see the captain come walking in, just looking around. He has some kind of aide behind him, a young lady with a quill and notepad, and as they walk in, she immediately just kind of furrows her nose a little bit, and just looks around, puts her hand in front of her nose, closes the door behind her. The captain looks among you each. Now, would you tell me what we're dealing with, if you would be so kind?
Well, and then Gideon will just proceed to give on a full scientific breakdown of everything using words that he may or may not know. Won't try to dumb it down at all.
I will chime in with equally confusing scientific terms when necessary.
So the second, like basic like blood works stuff, he seems to understand to an extent. He takes more of a broad stroke to most of it, but then when you get to the more technical stuff, he kind of just asks for an elaboration, and it kind of devolves into what could have been a 5-minute conversation to more of a like 9, 10. But nonetheless, you break it down to a degree. He listens intently, and anyone who tries to interrupt, he immediately shuts down with a held open hand to silence. They seem to take that hint and stay quiet. And as you finish, he does a final nod. You notice, as you guys are mentioning, the aide is writing down notes here and there, looking up with an intent to understand, but for the most part it seems she just writes down whatever it is you say. Well then, if that is the case, first and foremost, I would like to thank you for your assistance. Secondly, I believe this may lead into tomorrow. I do have quarters available for the pair of you, should you decide to take up those quarters. They are across the road. You just say my second name and you can have them. I really have to blow my nose after this. It's getting really irritating. Otherwise, you may stay. The others have that option as well, to go over or stay. More than likely, there will always be someone here, I'm afraid, that is just the busybody work that they like. But for your service to the country, and a favour to me, and the respect you have shown by taking up this task under condition, I will, in turn, remember your names and owe you a favour. I do not work specifically at this guardhouse, as you know, though, should you need to call... Oh, fuck it, I'm gonna go blow my goddamn nose. Be right back. Oh, whenever I want to say a word, it's just a little... Be right back.
Alright.
Where's the heart right now?
Where's
The
the
heart,
what?
the heart that we wanted to look at.
I think
Have
it was just part of the whole breakdown, wasn't it? Because
So have we got-
bits and pieces.
Have we got to like look in detail at that heart yet?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I said to, what was it, Lee? I just want to have a look at all of the machinery. So he would have literally looked at it if he could. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Right back.
Fuck. Hella me. I blew my nose so hard I am actually slightly dizzy. Oh, I'm seeing new colours. It's very weird. Yeah, hi, I'm back.
Was the big heart thingy included in all of the stuff that
Yes.
Gideon's looked at? Okay, that's fine.
Yes. Everything you brought with you too is on the assorted tablets.
Okay.
I've sort of lost where I was because I kind of reset my brain, I think.
He was talking about that he owed us a favour and that we can stay in here or we can go to the pub. And then he said something about it spilling over into tomorrow.
Yes. So long story short, you can choose to stay overnight, which I assume you definitely will, Lilith.
Yes.
Or you can go rest for the night, as it is coming into 11 PM by this point, for you. The others may not stay, depending on the people. The interns leave one by one over the course of the next 2 hours, as they need to rest to some extent. Lucius sticks around while the coffee remains. Mihaela leaves him in your assorted care. Comes back about 2-3 hours later, but we'll deal with that when we come to it. For the time being, the captain notes, yeah, you can go rest if you need and or want. Otherwise, they'll bring a blanket up and you can just kind of take a small rest in here if you need to.
Yeah, at some point in the night I will pretend to be asleep in the corner, but I am 100% awake and listening to everything that's going on.
Yeah.
But you know, just to keep up appearances, because he said I have to.
No, yeah. So, over the next hour, from 11 to 12, as you continue studying, making notes, at this point, it's a very base, general structure of the creature, checking its bones, trying to find any abnormalities in those. You will not complete that with today's effort, especially with people leaving. It will spill to tomorrow. But you do get a little like saw blade available to you that you use to slowly like cut away remaining bits of flesh. You save portions of muscle tissue, chuck that in the freezer, and you notice by this point it's getting slightly filled, but that has been taken note and a new one has been made requisite. And the captain leaves about half an hour in and goes about his own business. Oh yeah, he says to you both that if you need to contact him, just mention his name to one of the captains of each of the individual guard, and says that he doesn't often give his name solely for the fact he does not like being called on unless it's necessary. And he is Commander Edrishan Hammersmith. He is in Genasta, Dignity City. It is just a picture. Enjoy.
What a fucking name to come back to.
Oh yes. What, Gideon, as one of the people who kind of need to sleep, are you going to do when it hits 11:30?
You can probably guess it. Go to sleep.
Oh yes. Are you sleeping in the lab, or are you going over the road with a free bed?
Oh, no, I'll just go over to the road where there's a nice bed waiting for me. As you could probably tell from him falling asleep in the carriage, he's a man of comfort. He likes to be comfortable.
Oh yeah. So, is there anything you say or do before you leave the lab?
Not really. I mean, I'm guessing we've examined everything we need to do, like the heart, for etc.
Mm.
All the machinery that we pulled out of it. I've read the notes through. So yeah, besides making sure we've got everything locked up, I think that's about it. I think he'd be alright. You just head off.
Okay.
But like, I want to go sleep now. My brain has been thinking all day.
Yes. Okay. So as you leave, they kind of make note and give a general wave. One of the interns leaves with you, the human. They kind of give you a wave as you walk over. He himself seems to live nearby, and he goes barely a block down and enters his own home. As you head inside, you mention Hammersmith. The establishment on the inside is a warm, well-lit interior, a bright red with yellow tassels carpet that seems to have the symbol of Genasta. There's a long staircase along the left. There's to the left of that, there's what seems to be the toilets. Along the right side is a large dining hall. Just before that, there is the attendant's stand, where an attendant welcomes you in. A well-aged elder gentleman, kind of similar to yourself, but with a lot more grey hairs, and he has a long ponytail that has been bound very tightly, wearing the full regalia of a gentleman, just without the coat. He has got a jacket over his person, though, and a well-pressed outfit. Welcomes you in, makes a note of you, takes your name, and then leads you up to your room. And as you walk up the steps, it's a single flight of stairs, but you notice that while there is a very long corridor, there is only 3 rooms on this floor, separated by like 20 feet at least. And then there's another row of stairs that's about halfway between. There are a series of small paintings along the stairs that each have some degree of beauty to it. Some of them depicting cliff sides being born by the sun, adorned by it. Others showing images of 2 figures with blades clashed in some overdramatic approximation of what the artist saw, and so on and so forth. You are brought to the first suite. The door is opened with a very well-shined golden key. As he opens it up for you, push the door open. You walk in. There is a king-size fucking bed that has been recently made for you, it seems. There is a bookshelf filled with assorted books. The room itself is a good, 20 foot long, and the bed takes up what's nary even a fraction. There are a series of other little rooms, it seems. There is one area that has just a stool and a table, seemingly for quiet reading, that has a open window to the left of that, in case you want to have a nice scenic view while reading, and some kind of bathing room to the right of that. You can't see too well. There is a glass door that blocks most view, but you can see what looks to be a tub. And as you walk in, he motions for you to walk in. Would you require morning breakfast?
What's on the cards?
Well, we have a delicacy in Genasta. I'm afraid you would have likely heard of it, though there will be better. We have a wild boar and Caesar. A delicacy, unfortunately, well known. Though we ourselves have a house special. Assorted pancakes, burgers, and various cured meats. It is a wild meat menu for the most part. It has been known to slather them together into one and take a bite down. We have assorted sauces, herbs, anything you desire to mix with. I can put together something I personally would recommend if you desire, the ingredients of which I will lay gently on the platter on a parchment for you to read in case there are requirements you sustain. We have assorted vintages, wines. My own personal brain is failing here, but anyway, tons of different booze.
Like
Games
fancy.
No,
games. Well, just whatever you think's pretty good, to be honest. I'm quite a fan of just trying whatever the locals recommend, so by all means, whatever you think's best.
I'll bring you a number 44. I reckon the man of your... And then you see he twirls a small bit of his beard. Distinct appearance. Might enjoy a 44.
Oh yeah, so you see Gideon even touches his own mustache twirling. Yes, yes.
Smiles with a little bit of heartiness behind it. And then he does a very small bow. Would there be anything else for your enjoyment tonight?
Nah, not really. I think I'll be alright. There's a bookcase here. I'll find something interesting to read. Oh, do you know where I can get my clothes washed? Gideon's still saying this like in his full-on arcane armor.
Well, if you wish anything pressed, cleaned, just ring the bell. And then he motions over towards your bedside table. And as you look, there is a small lantern. And beside that lantern is this bell with a little handle. I will be able to hear it from my stand. And I will come up, collect whichever dirty remains are required. And have them done before the morn.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Of course. And if that is all, I shall be on my way.
See you later.
He slowly ekes the door closed, and almost as if he himself had cast a spell on the area, there is no sound as he closes the door. It just very gently shuts behind you.
Nice. I guess after he leaves, I think Gideon would make his way over to the bed and quite literally mid-stride, because arcane armor is fucking ace. You'd see from sort of the seams a jettison of steam would happen as the whole front of the suit basically pops open and he just steps out of it mid-stride. And it just stands there on its own, revealing he has the face of, you know, what you would assume is a posh gentleman sort of type, but then he's just got his dirty mechanic overalls on underneath. Just night and day. He's thinking, yeah, I need to get these bloody washed. Fuck. So yeah, he finds whatever he can, a dressing gown or anything nearby, and swaps out of all them, puts them together sort of near the door on a little side table, and rings a little bell for him to come get him.
So, it's...
The armor still stood just in the middle of the fucking room, just on its own.
Oh yeah. So, it's barely a minute, and you hear a polite knocking on the door, loud enough to be heard, but not loud enough to awaken. Do you say anything?
Oh yeah, I'll be like, come in.
Okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
opens the door very lightly, walks in. You see as he walks in, he doesn't immediately look toward you, he looks toward the bookshelf, and then the eyes slowly scan over. And he notices the armour, of course, but doesn't seem to take more than a first glance. And even then he glances over it, walks toward the clothing. He has a little basket, gently picks them, puts them inside the basket, looks toward you. Would there be anything else?
No, I'm alright, thank you. Just have them washed. I'll probably read a book and go to bed now. So, yeah, that's alright for me.
Would you like a evening gown, sir?
I mean, if you have them, yeah, sure.
Of course. I shall be back momentarily. Leaves, closes the door, quiet as. and again, within a minute, comes back again, and he rolled up like a rug underneath his arms. You see something with these golden tassels. He unfurls it with a quick whip in front of him, and you see it's just perfectly your size, with enough extra room for comfort, and it looks slightly woolen almost, but not like itchy woolen. You could just about barely tell looking at it. It's been that finely woven. He walks over with it, holds it up, and waits for you to stand.
Yeah, I guess I'll follow suit in a bit of an awkward way, because he's never done anything like this, so I'm like, do I stand up? Do I stand here? What do I do? Okay, yep, okay, stand up in front of the guy.
Do
How
not
you doing?
feel so anxious, my friend. He holds the outfit up and puts it kind of around your shoulders and kind of just gives you that general look of, well, you know where the arms go.
Oh, on the topic of that, would my one metal arm freak him the fuck out?
No.
Okay, cool.
He
Yeah,
does,
just put my arm.
he does glance over, but doesn't make a note of it more than that.
But yeah, I'll just pop my arms in, follow suit.
And as you kind of like hoof it over yourself, you can feel it very lightly on the back of your neck, and it feels very soft. And it's just been recently cleanly pressed, and it seems it's been warmed a little as well. So you've got that comfort warmth on you. How does it feel?
Not bad, not bad.
No.
Get used to this.
I wanted to make sure that it wasn't too much more out of your physique, just so you could enjoy the comfort of having something draped, but not making a flowing train. It will remain pretty well clean that way. And again, if there is anything else you require, he just kind of makes the nod.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Thank you very much.
And he begins to walk his way out. So,
Yeah, I guess that's it for the beginning. He'll just sort of amuse himself now until he falls asleep.
which, as you grab a book, you kind of like get onto the top of the bed for a moment, just like open it up to the first page. Just random book. Seems to be something about an ocean farer. With the glossary, the look of it, it seems this ocean farer was some kind of adventurer, and they end up fighting a kraken. You're not certain of that just yet, but at the end it says kraken lost, and you're just like, well, very on the nose, but okay. You go to the first page, you start reading, you get about 5 pages in, and your body is just going like limp on you. Your eyes are like flickering, you're just looking at it like, 7.
That's it, gone.
Meanwhile, with the terrible threesome.
No, threesome.
In amongst all the cages. Do you all kind of shuffle around, having a look between all the cages with the key you found?
Cerberus has the key, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Maybe try locks, I guess.
Okay. One by one, you open all of the doors. All of them do open. One of them, you kind of have to like shimmy and kind of bash the door a little bit, but it does open. And looking from room to room to room, there doesn't seem much different about them, but there is what looks to be a number etched into each of the walls. What languages can you three speak?
Oh. Common. Oh yeah, you can just do that. Oh yeah.
Wait, how can you do for all the languages?
Yeah, how do you do it for all languages?
Put them all in the same box.
Yeah, have all one on the same box. That way I don't have like 50 different language proficiencies
Yeah.
on my sheet.
And I have that extra one
That extra one.
that Lee knows about. Which I
Feminine charm.
yes, that one.
Also known as tits, madam.
Yes.
Tits, madame. Okay. Ooh. You guys don't know what the numbers are, though they look like they're all some kind of scratch almost. They all kind of have either a straight line or a circular pattern in some case. And as you're kind of looking at them, since you're not too sure what would be the equivalent of 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., you're not too sure where to start with it. Just to make a note as well, the one where you got the key does not have a number. But they all have those like weird scratch number marks. What do? You still have the entryway where the brick wall is that you could try peer through.
Sure, I mean, none of us can read the numbers.
Oh, God.
Can the fox read the numbers?
Let's find out, shall we?
Yeah.
Mitsuko. She cannot.
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't think so, but worth a try.
Was very worth.
Yeah, I guess we could have a peer through the entrance.
Okay. So as you look inside, with of course the aid of the torch from Sagrus, you notice beneath you, about 10 feet, there is what looks to be water. It looks slightly muddied, but for the most part it is clear water. And as you poked your head inside, those of you who are looking inside, make a perception check. And it's sound-based, for those who matter.
Sound effect.
Put my face in muddy water.
Sure,
No, thank you.
I'll do it. No, would a D4 actually do anything with that?
Good. Can always
Ah.
do something, see?
13.
So as you poke your head through and the light illuminates just slightly, it reveals a little bit of the water 10 feet below. You can see the wall to your left and right, that's all fine, but you're uncovering pretty much next to nothing else. It's still a massive dark space. And as you kind of listen in, you're kind of looking around, there's nothing you can physically see, but as you listen in, you can kind of hear the sounds of running water in the distance, but like something being funneled almost. Like a spray of water, like maybe another pipe in the distance is releasing water into this area. You do see, as you kind of look down, the water is shifting very, very, very gently. A small sway. And just for clarity's sake, the water itself is clear water, though there are spots where it's slightly muddied, that looks like it's slowly becoming clear.
Huh.
You can't see the bottom of the water either.
So it's 10 foot down?
It's 10 foot down beneath you at the moment.
10 foot to the water, you can't see the bottom of the water.
Nope.
Well, I'm not touching the dirty water.
I mean, I can, I guess.
You wanna You want to touch the dirty water?
Just to see if you guys want to see what happens. You don't want to touch the dirty water.
Sure.
Does something happen when I put a finger?
The water is 10 feet down.
Nah.
I was thinking that. I was like,
You would literally have to
Right.
extend a arm.
Can I hold him by his ankles?
I mean, yeah, you'd have to hold a whole warforged. You've got the strength, but just in case. He could be going like, ah, psh.
Drop it. Well, he's fine. You can breathe underwater, right? You don't breathe.
I don't have to breathe.
So
ah, it's fine. Throw him down. I'm joking. Don't do that.
let's go.
No boat or canoe or anything. Right?
Make a perception check.
Perception.
Not that you can see with your current vision anyway. You kind of like look around, but with the radius of light you have, you can't see anything. Or at least not anything obvious.
Hmm. Do you maybe wanna remember how to get here and then go get other people?
Yeah, we could go back, to be honest.
Before we go into deep, you know.
They might have a clue about these numbers as well.
Mm-hmm.
For my own curiosity, I won't tell you if yay or nay, but Gideon and Lilith, show me your languages.
Look
Holy
at
shit,
all
you
them
speak a lot, eh?
languages.
Wow.
Vampire twice.
So I basically know English and Scottish.
Yeah.
Ah, we all know loads of different languages. Like, we're all different ones. That's cool.
I mean, I was a craftsman, innit? So I gotta speak Scottish.
Hmm.
Like, you know,
But
I
no one
fucking
speaks
knew.
Underdark.
Okay. So, as you three kind of just make that note to yourself, and you peer back just a little bit, look around, all the doors slightly ajar by this point. What do you do next?
Guess we're going back. Is that what we said? We're gonna go. Because it must be getting quite late now, right?
For you, not yet. For you guys, it's been about an hour by this point.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing else
Maybe we
in the
missed something in
cells.
the rooms?
Yeah.
You can make a perception or investigation check.
What are we looking for?
That's up to you guys.
Anything in particular?
Oh,
Nothing.
I'll do a perception. I guess anything that's been left. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Perception. Oh, that's not good. Oh no.
Mm.
Oh.
Oh.
Severus coming in clutch.
Doesn't know what he's looking for.
Nope. As
I see everything. I don't know what it is,
but I can see it.
Anything that's been left. Anything that's been left. Stop.
So, as Goldie and Scrap are looking between the cages, Scrap does get shut in for a moment as he's looking. It's just like, ah, damn it. You unlock it, let him out. And as you let him out and you kind of take this sudden sharp turn, Severus, and for a moment you get a little bit of like mental whiplash and you just kind of like start rubbing your forehead. And then as you open up your eyes, there's this flickering of light for a moment that catches your eye, and you squint, look around. You walk back over towards the entryway with the brick walls, and you put your hand along the wall to stop you from falling, and you look around, thinking it's the glinting of the water with the light of your torch or something weird. And as you look around, you feel one of your fingers sink in for a moment, and then you quickly look back. One of your fingers have sunk in an inch into the wall, and you've pushed some kind of button,
Oh.
and then you hear something click, and then you quickly turn around. In the middle of the floor where the plating is, you see a small bit slides open, revealing what looks to be a small keyhole.
Haha. I'm not so stupid I can't put two and two together. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna put the key in the keyhole.
Yeah,
'Cause
he's
that's
gonna
what
put it in
keys
the
are
hole.
for. 'Cause that's what keys are for.
So,
Oh, yeah.
as you place the key in the keyhole and you turn it left, and it doesn't seem to go, you're just like, God damn it, why isn't the key working? And then you turn it to the right, and it's like, oh, right. Start
I
to
just
turn.
imagine Goldie and Scrap standing, looking over me doing this, tapping the foot. in excitement.
It's like, come
Why is
on.
he tapping the wall like that?
Everyone knows the key turned right.
As you turn it to the right, you feel the key kind of get locked in place for a moment, and then you each hear the sound of something rumbling very lightly beneath your feet. And you kind of pick up the torch. As you try to pull the key out, you feel it's solidified and stuck in place. And even if you try to turn it, it's stuck in place. You will literally rip that thing off before you ever get it out again. As you move over toward that entryway and kind of look down for a moment, hovering the torch, you see as a portion of the wall about barely 5 feet above the water, enough for... Oh, brain suddenly just died. Anyway, you see a boat very gently is pushed out with a small flow of what looks to be clear water, and it stops just bobbing very gently on the water's surface. And then you see what looks to be the wall suddenly like close itself. And then you hear the sound of something pop from behind you as you see the key is shot up into the air about 5 feet. The little hatch on the ground closes itself, and then you hear ding 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 as the key drops behind you.
Hmm.
Oh,
Do you want to keep going?
keep going. Pick up the key. It's a lucky key.
Best key.
So as you look over the edge, you look down and think, oh fuck, how are we going to get down there? And as you look down, you notice there are these like very small handles that are in between a couple of the bricks that are slowly surfacing out of the bricks, and they're making such very, very quiet noise that you only notice when you're stood at the edge, and you can kind of feel the vibration beneath your feet. And you... Who goes first to get onto the boat?
Preferably
Who wants to go
someone who can swim.
first?
Someone who can swim.
Again, Severus is going to use his manners and suggest ladies first.
Well then, Scrap, that's you.
Trying to call Scrap girl.
I'll go first.
So you climb down, and it's not exactly a difficult climb. The grips are only enough width for you to hold either with one hand comfortably, or with like 2-3 fingers on both, and like climb down weirdly. But it's not a difficult climb whatsoever. And as you climb your way down, and set gently on the boat. You feel it tip just a little bit as you get onto it, but as is expected. And there are 2 oars that are attached via little rings keeping them in place. Who's next?
I think
Ladies
I'll-
first.
I'll have you know I don't have an
Yes.
assigned gender.
Yes.
Except for all
Like,
the manners.
So, as you, whomsoever decides to go first anyway, you make your way down. As you both get into it, you feel as it sinks just a tiny bit into the water, not enough to cause alarm. And the oars are there. You are held very lightly, bobbing on the water. Who's picking up the oars without asking maybe an obvious question?
Yeah, I'll pick up the oars. Roll the beautiful lady around.
I'll keep a lookout at the front. Oh, we have a map.
Holy shit.
Oh,
Can you guys see the map?
yeah.
Somewhat, yeah.
Like-
Oh wow.
I'm really hoping you
Oh, this
can't
is a big map.
see
Okay.
the map, because if you can see
No.
the map, I will kill myself right now.
No, I
can-
see only.
I can see
I
a
can see
corner of
nothingness.
the thing,
Good,
Yeah.
and then a circle on the boat.
good,
I can't see shit.
good.
Oh.
So the
I-
crocodiles that were eyeing us up earlier.
Okay.
So, you each have control of the boat now. Feel free to, technically speaking, since Severus is the one who's going to be rowing the boat, you row the boat how, to a degree, 5 feet each time, however far you want to go. Everyone will then follow by necessity.
Well, who's at the front keeping watch and telling us the direction?
Can do.
Because they can determine which direction, and I will just row. I will just be the engine to this boat.
Yeah, me and Scrap can watch.
Lee, question.
Mm-hmm.
I can see this.
Hold on,
Oh, this.
hold on.
The,
Oh, that's fine.
Okay.
That is a torchlight.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me know. I do always fear.
Mm-hmm.
Also, to correct myself earlier, I just realised that Goldie has dark vision.
I do, yeah.
I am a fool.
I see all.
I see.
Sort
Oh.
of.
Across the way, you guys do see a small lantern that's lighting up a door. What looks like a door, and you can kind of make out what looks to be 2 large levers set in either side of the door.
Do we go there?
Yeah, to the door.
So, as you begin to row your boat gently down the stream, one would say merrily, but this life is not a dream, so you know. As you begin to row your way forward, the waters bob very, very gently back and forth as you're striding against them. There is these very, now that I know that you have dark vision, very
Mm-hmm.
inky black spots in amongst the depths of the water that are moving. They're not circling, they're going in random patterns, moving around you. But as you're rowing forward, they do start to move by you. You're not too sure how far down they are, but they are kind of keeping close. And as you continue rowing forth, they start to get a little bit closer. and one
Uh,
I
hugs
don't like that.
behind you, about 10 feet, about over here, and another one over here. And as you start to try to pick it up a little bit, you feel all of a sudden as the boat is rocked, as this creature slams its head into one side, and the boat shakes and
What is
tilts a
that?
little.
I don't know. I can't see.
Ah,
Oh no!
no, what is that? This is a bad idea. Why did we go down on a boat in the dark? I. Oh. Oh.
So glad I can't see whatever's upsetting you.
You can't see it?
He doesn't have great
Nope.
vision. Although, to be fair, drag a torch to the field, because you do have a torch.
Hey, I can't
Oh,
see
wait.
the map
Oh,
at
yeah,
all,
we
by
have
the way.
Oh, no, I know.
Wait,
It's
I
because your
need to
token
roll
isn't there. Here you go,
initiative.
hold on.
Oh no!
Oh, there we go.
Oh no!
Am I the one who
Oh.
can see? Oh, can you guys see it now?
Oh,
Me, yeah,
no.
me and Thingy can.
There you go. You two are
I can
ghosts.
see it now.
I didn't realize I was the only one who could see it at one point. Ah.
Enjoy, kids.
Have a lovely time, guys.
Oh.
We will remember you.
Innit? We were having fun. We're just like nerding out. A lot of fun. Enjoy.
Look at these spectators down here. Spectating our death.
We're just here
Who
to
were those
watch.
3 guys that we used to travel with for that few days?
Anyway.
On the sewer, you know.
Where the hell is the fucking... God damn it, where is it?
Yeah. Why is this down a sewer?
I guess you'll have to fucking figure that one out, won't you?
Ah.
Someone didn't want it as a pet.
Fuck is the... I was literally right. I am a goddamn moron. Holy fuck. I was just searching for the sheet. So this boy, as he rears his very ugly head, they have shit initiative. Fucking how fun. It's not really a surprise round because you saw it there. You just don't really have a way to react to it fully. But it is there as it bashes the ship. The ship itself does have some health, by the way.
Mm.
So,
Great.
yes.
Good sign.
Oh, yes. But Goldie, you are first.
Yeah, I'm gonna drown.
This is
I'm gonna drown.
currently 5 feet under the water, but it is within shooting range.
That's what I like to hear. Oh man. Oh man. I am for my bonus action. I'm gonna cast my Hunter's Mark on it.
Yeah, of course.
Nice. And then I am going to shoot it.
Okay.
Checks out.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot it. That's what I'm gonna do.
Bing, bing.
That one. Does.
Yeah. No. Yeah, obviously. Okay.
Bang,
so
bang.
Bing, bing. Okay.
I think that's all I can. Yeah, I've done my bonus action. I'm just gonna shout back. Can we just keep rowing very fast, please?
So, as you draw the gun and point down into the water and poof, you fire the bullet. Let me just double check my... Cool. It shoots into what looks to be flesh. As it blasts, as the water is impacted by the bullet, it slows to a degree, but not enough to stop any damage. As it hits the flesh, you see this slightly purplish kind of colour start to spill out just a little bit as it connects to the water. Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Savras.
I will double time roll this boat.
Row, 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 row! Make an athletics check. For every instance of 5, you'll go 5 feet.
Baby. Oh, cool.
Which, to be fair, will not be difficult for you. So 10.
Oh, maybe.
So 5.
Ah.
No, you're even closer.
Ah.
Now it can grab you.
Now it's in
Take
striking
the wall
distance.
He can't breathe.
I love this battlefield right now because those two are but are not on it. So I just imagine like spectral forms of you two are just on the side, like, woo, get him, kill him, troll.
You can do it. I believe in you. Just turn to the ghost version of Earth. They're
Be
so
like-
fucked.
You want some popcorn?
I was just imagining that
Woo!
too.
Shoot that fucker.
Okay.
She's so fucked.
Anything for your bonus action, Severus?
I don't think so, because I don't really want to waste my rage right now. So, no,
Okay.
that is it.
Scrap.
Question.
Hmm.
So I see the boombox have 3d4 thunder damage.
Yes.
Does that mean I can electrocute the water?
No, because thunder is sound.
Ah. Well, but it was worth a shot.
It was indeed. That's what lightning damage is for. But to be fair, it would have to be a lot of lightning damage to make such a current.
No, but I mean, if I have like, never mind. Hypothetics.
Yeah, no.
The DC 11. 15 feet radius. Wait, so if I use the boombox, both of them are going to get hit as well, and the boat.
Depending how you aimed it, if it's the thing I'm thinking of.
Oh, 11. DC 11. I'll just shoot the. I'll just shoot him with a crossbow.
Okay.
Or. No, I'll just shoot it.
Okay. Miss. So, as you aim down and shoot, the bolt is impeded a little bit by the water, and as it reaches toward its hide, you see it kind of like scrapes against it a little bit, but doesn't seem to afflict it. Is that you, Scrap?
Yes.
I forgot my hunter's mark. Can I quickly roll that?
Yeah, of course.
I'll just quickly roll that as well. 4. There we go.
4! Okay.
4.
The creature is going to get onto the same level as you guys and
No.
rake one of its metal claws on you, Goldie, and you, Scrap, for a total
Oh.
of 2 attacks there, and then it's going to bite the boat. So Goldie, 19 to hit, 8 slashing damage.
Yep. Okay.
Uh,
I got.
For you, Scrap, 11 to hit.
Nope.
Figured. And as it bites the boat, it does 10 piercing damage. So it gets up half of its body up to around about its torso. You see it's got quite a bit more to its body. It is akin to a giant, if not an actual. And swings one claw at you, Goldie, raking against your chest, leaving a nice little cleave. Swipes with a backhand toward you, Scrap, and as the boat rocks a little, you use that momentum to duck, and it then, in that momentum, leans down and takes a chunk out of the side of the boat. It's not doing too well. It's not taking on a lot of water, but it is going to start taking on water. Not to mention, there was 2 of them.
What?
No.
What?
As another one comes
No.
from behind,
Ah.
it grabs onto the back of the
There's 2.
boat and pulls it down toward the water enough so that it can get here, and it's going to try take a bite out of. Told you, fucked. It's going to take a bite out of you while you are rowing the boat, Severus.
You guys are doing great. Good job.
We were leaving you.
Keep on fighting.
So far.
Shit,
Uh,
we need new companion.
21 to hit Sabrus,
Why
and
did these
5
fucking idiots
piercing.
go in here?
Fuck yeah, okay. It
They're so
hits.
fucking stupid.
What the fuck?
You notice it keeps its legs in the water, but it's pressing down on the boat. That'll be its turn. Goldie.
Fox Lady, do something, please.
Do we still have the temporary hit points that we got from whoever cast a spell when we were playing the gorilla thing?
I don't think so.
I wouldn't think so.
I think because I think if it was cast by me, no, because
Yeah.
you've got to be within range
It
of me.
was by you.
That's
Cool.
all I'm gonna think
That's
of now, Mosey.
Sorry.
So hey, you see what that idiot did? Okay. Yeah, Goldie, your turn.
I got. Oh. It's right next to me, isn't it?
Oh yes,
So,
it is on the same surface, so to speak. Its legs are underwater though.
its legs are underwater, but it's right next to me, so I wouldn't be able to make a ranged attack.
No, it'd be disadvantage.
So, I am going to, my gun has a knife that flips out, and I'm gonna have a go at stabbing it,
Oh yeah.
please. I'm gonna try and stab it. 17.
That hits. Yeah. Hunter's
Does
mark.
the hunter's mark?
Mhm.
Yes.
Stop it right
Yes.
in the dick.
Another 4.
9.
Nice.
Right, it's weird fucking dick.
Oh, hold on. Do.
I'm so scared.
So the
These fucking idiots doing the fucking sewers.
so
Imagine when you guys
made.
get back and try to explain this to us.
so
if you don't
as you flip up Deathraze's blade and try to slash across its body, as you swing and cut, you feel a resistance to the flesh as it starts to tear slightly, but it doesn't tear as much as you'd hoped it would. Hunter's Mark is 4 damage, but it seems to ignore partial parts of your blade.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, bugger.
Oh no. That's not what I wanted. Dad. Just keep rowing. I'm done.
Okay.
Please
Keep
get us out.
going.
Severus, you currently
Right.
have 2 giants holding down the boat. So you will do, if you want to, an athletics check at disadvantage.
Well, let me just see.
Oh,
But wait, there's more.
that's it as
There-
well. God.
I will note inspiration exists.
Rude.
Oh, I know.
Mad
Prestidigitation makes loud noises, does it? No, it doesn't, does it? It's like 20. One of them. Powerful sensory effects, stress spells, when faint musical notes. God damn it. Okay, cool. Well, bonus action, I'm raging. It's taking a bite out of me. Fist me off. And then I'm going to try roll the
Try to do the what now, sorry?
I'm going to try roll the boat whilst holding it down, but I'm raging as well.
Okie dokie.
Oh.
Yeah?
Rage rowing.
Rage roll! Welcome to Saints Row, but rage. I'll say, because they are still holding it, you will go past them at half movement. So it'll be 10 feet. This one is no longer on it, and he is kicked off the back of the boat as you quickly start like power rowing. You even like hit the other one.
Slap it with the oar.
Yeah, hit the other one with the side of the oar as you're going, and he kind of lets go of it for a moment, and you get 10 feet, a little bit closer. Is that your turn, or?
That is my turn. I am raging as my bonus action. I am rolled as my action.
Or.
Wait.
Okay.
No, not good.
Scrapperoo.
I believe I heard you say something about metal.
It had a metal claw.
Yes.
Yeah, it's attacked with a metal claw.
Yes. Similar to the amalgam, it has nails that seem to be fused with pieces of metal.
Okay. Then I can hit it. Let's see. Who do I want to target? How bad does this guy looks?
The one above you?
The one right next to us.
I mean, looks pretty scraped about by this point. You're not entirely sure though. Looking at him, you can see the bullet wound, for example, looks like it's already fusing itself back into flesh. It seems to have a regenerative property.
That's fun. So, what? He have like all sorts of metal on his body, right?
Presumably. As of the moment, you can't see any though.
I can't see any.
Other than the claws, there doesn't seem to be any visibly.
Well, claws don't help me because I don't want to burn. Give him like a heat weapon. Okay. Okay, I'll just try to. You know what? I'll use the boombox
Okay.
on the closest guy and try to, shake him off, I guess.
Okay. What save was it? Okay. 24.
Of course.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So as you begin the boombox bursting of noise toward it, you see the creature's ears sort of like fold in on themselves, and the creature just looks to you with a slight tilted head and its claws digging into the boat a little bit tighter.
Mm. Well, that was an action, so yeah. That I can do anything else. Oh wait, how bad does Goldie look?
She's taken a scrape. She's not. She's a tough girl.
Okay. Then that's it.
So as their turn begins, you see as the creature's wounds, they start to fuse back together very slowly, though it's still pretty damaged. This one here is going to come back over, and it goes for a swing at you, Savras, with metal claws twice. 16 and 15.
Nope.
Then it misses both times. So as you're like furiously rolling, just like, as it comes charging back over and tries to swing with its double claws at you, you bob your head left and bob your head right as you're getting into the motion of it, and the creature misses, and then it just tries to take a chunk out of the boat instead with a bite attack. And you hear a large chunk of it getting snapped in between its large shark-like toothy maw. And this one is going to swim alongside and is going to go for a strike on Scrap with 2 metal claws. 9 and a 15.
Nope.
So as it's like swimming aside, it swings for you and you duck out of the way. Swings for another one, misses you, and you notice you just barely miss it, scraping down the front of your chest, and just about misses grabbing onto the boat. And it will use its bite as well to take a chunk. Woo.
Poor boat.
The boat is in pieces by this point. It's barely hanging on, and whatever they do next will destroy it. You need to leave now, or you will be bobbing on water as this thing is taking on water very quickly.
Use the force, Luke.
And as the creature is looking at you, cinematically, you see as it's about to take another bite out of the boat, and you see as its mouth stops an inch from it, and you see the creature's ears that are already bent in on themselves. They suddenly unbend and start to twitch, and you see the creature behind you's ears also start to twitch, and they kind of like vibrate almost, and their heads kind of look around in confusion, and you see as their bodies slowly start to sink into the water, and they release the boat, what's left of it, and they just eyeball you as they're sinking down, like they're predators ready to strike again if they need to. They slowly sink into the water until even their heads fully descend and submerge. Is anyone doing anything against them?
No, I'm rowing the boat.
Yeah.
Hold
I
off
don't want to mess
the
around with that.
doggy.
As they descend into the water, their black marks spiral around each other as they sink to parts of the depths that you can't see. And make a quick athletics check for me. You have no hindrances except for the fact the boat is in pieces, so you will move at half movement. Oof. So you get 5 feet, and the boat starts to sink into the water. Make another quick one. It starts to fill your boots.
No.
Row, row, row.
Another 5 feet.
I mean,
Row,
And
row, row.
the boat.
Damn this. Let's use my inspiration.
Okay, quickly
Row,
use your
row,
inspiration.
row.
I want my inspiration. We want to get dry. I don't want to touch this filthy water.
Woohoo!
Okay. So that's 10 feet, which gets you close enough to be able to jump.
Oh, thank God.
So, very quickly, luckily the tallest and heaviest guys at the pack, one by one, you each jump onto dry plated land as the boat sinks very quickly at the jumping of Savras into the sea below. And you hear a very sudden silence as there is no other activity going on. This will be session because I'm pretty sure Mosey is dying.
I mean, I'm working from home tomorrow, so I can go for a lift.
Hey, fucking lad. Okay. Does anyone need to go or feel they want to go?
I'm alright for now.
I'm good.
I can go for a little bit longer as well.
I can go for a bit longer.
Okay. Then, as you guys come to this platform here, you notice the door ahead of you. The light emitting just enough. Oh, as well, your torch kind of gets doused. Because water.
Ah,
You can you can light up another
Yeah,
one, but
that's fine.
reduce one of your torches. As you get to this point, you see 2 levers beside a door. And that's all the help I can give you. Everything else just seems to be basic stone wall and water.
No markings whatsoever?
No markings.
Hmm.
Hello, spectral ghost.
I'm not going to relight a torch. I'm going to prestidigitation myself to be glowing, but not the sparkly glow that I normally have, just like a gentle glow around me.
Okay. Do-do-do-do-do.
And let's hope it doesn't give me a headache. And I roll my
There we
dice
go.
for this.
You are quite literally emitting light now.
Nice.
So,
Right.
is there anything you three wish to do?
Can I just look around?
Okay,
If
make a
I
perception check.
something? Perception.
Not bad. So, as you kind of look around, the walls are very old. It seems like this plating is the only new thing here. From what you know of the level you're on at the moment, whatever's through this door goes up a level. The door itself seems fairly new to a degree. It has seen use. You see around the frame of the door itself, there's some kind of bits of wear and tear from where it seemingly opens inward, and it scrapes along the stone. The door looks to be some kind of metal, but it's been painted a weird, like, half blondie brown colour. The two levers on the side of the door are fixed into the wall, though you could probably easily like chip around the wall and find out what's behind that, where it leads, if it's wires or if it's straight toward the door or any of that. Other than that, you look at the lantern, kind of like look underneath it. It is a little bit of firelight that seems to be untouched by the very subtle, very tiny amounts of wind. As well, on the inside of the lantern, you notice there's what looks to be little pieces of card, almost, that are stuck to the north, east, south and west points, just above where the light emits outward. Do you peel the card out?
Yeah?
So as you, like, one by one start to peel them out, you peel the first one out, and as you pull it down in the way of the light, you notice as the light touches it, this shadow emits over it onto your chest, which you don't see anything different, but from your perspective, Goldie, with the little bit of light that emanates out of the lantern, the shadow that's cast on his chest with the small bits of light surrounding that, you kind of see what looks to be the number 1.
Oh.
And that card was taken from the eastern direction on the map, not in the game.
So east direction on the map.
So E.
Ah.
Yes. One. Okay. There are a few more cards, right? Like
There's
4
there's
cards.
there's 4 in total.
Okay, so I pick each one up, and what are the numbers?
It goes from northeast southwest. It goes 2, 1, 2, 2.
Wait, what? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, it goes 2, 1, 2, 2.
Northeast, 2, 1, 2, 2. Okay, so south is also 2. Okay. Anything else on the levels or something?
Nope. Just seem to be levers. Up, down.
Mhm. Okay. I don't want to put a level.
It's a puzzle.
Mhm.
Oh, damn it. Um,
Now the question is, old boy, what direction do you pull?
Oh, I can pull in
Indubitably.
several directions?
No, that's just me taking the
Up and
piss.
down. Ah, okay.
They only go up and down. They're currently in the down station.
Okay. What if I try to pull the right one? Or do you guys have any idea or something?
so from north, east, south to west, doing 2122.
Yep.
Just to double
Yeah.
check. Okay. They only go up and down.
There's no markings on the door, is there?
Nope. A little bit of aging, but that's about it.
And if we walk up and down the platform we're on, there's nothing else.
Nope.
So let's try pull one. Just to see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess if the directions are just on either side of a hole that's shining some light, it might just be so that they orientate themselves on the ground again. I don't know. Pull a lever, see what happens, Scrap.
Yeah, sure. So I pulled the right one.
Okay. So you push the right one into an upward position. Nothing, no sounds or anything.
Okay. So I push the left one.
Okay. So you push the left one to an upward position. You hear the sounds of something shifting behind the door, but then nothing. The sound of some kind of gear or mechanical thing moving.
Lever Cron. Yeah. Go over and assist.
Okay. What if
Can't
I
go back.
pull the right one?
Do you?
Hmm?
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you pull that back into a downward position, you hear the shifting of the assorted gears and mechanics behind it make a sudden, what sounds like a heavy stopping motion, and you see little trickles of dust come from above the door, and then kind of go silent for a second. What next?
Okay, so I think if we go,
I'm so confused.
okay,
Pump the
so I
levers
think
until it unlocks. Is that what this is?
I have an idea. I have
Oh
a
my
theory.
god, the big brainy people in bed.
I have a theory. So north is one.
North is 2.
North is
east
2,
is
yeah.
1, west and south is 2. So
Two,
when I pulled both levers up, that was north,
yeah.
which was 2 levers. Now I pulled
I'll-
1 down.
I'll save
East.
you some pain. This is very, very simple, and you probably already have thought of it. Very simple.
Very simple.
Mm-hmm. Technically, you're
Both.
already on the right path.
I mean, I'm thinking about just now pulling the other lever down.
The right or the left?
lever down. Because I pulled the right one down.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to pull the left one down and then pull both of them up.
Pull all of them. YOLO.
Yeah.
Is that what you do then?
Yes.
Okay.
Worth a shot.
So as you do so, you hear something behind the door correcting itself, and it returns to the positions that it started at, face down.
Okay. And if I when they're down, I mean. The levers
What's the
are-
door made of?
When
It's
all else
reset
fails,
then.
It
send
reset.
the big man.
Right.
Route
We'll
4.
go back to like where we were, so like push them up again,
So you pushed
and then
the right, the left, and then the right.
Savras
Hey,
is
they
paid.
would love.
and
Ask
then
them to
then
go
push it
forward
back
towards
up, then
like
push it back up,
2.6.
push that one back up, push it back up after you push it down.
Mhm.
Bro,
So they're
I
both facing up.
watching this like for fuck's sake. Oh, the red one, the red one.
Does that make sense?
Hey, you guys got to
Push 'em
convince
up.
each other.
Like,
Somewhere in the distance, Gideon is getting a really bad headache right now.
Yeah.
listen,
I have a
like,
feeling they're being idiots.
Why am I suddenly in pain?
it makes sense for the characters, to be
Yeah,
honest.
it
I have a
really
-2 to
does.
my intelligence.
It unfortunately does.
Yeah.
Hey, you figured this shit
To be fair,
Wait.
let's be honest. Hold on, before anything else, this is a trick door. Most doors fuck most parties. This is a door specifically designed to fuck a party. So
Oh, so at least it makes sense then, eh?
yeah.
Right. So you
So yeah, you
pushed them both up.
you guys did. You pushed the right up. You pushed the left up. You pushed the right
Pushed-
down.
Down.
What next?
Push the right back up,
Is that what you guys
and
do?
then push. Yeah,
No, I said push both of them down.
but you did that before, and nothing happened. It reset.
Mhm.
So push this one back up. Is what.
Again, I ask, what is the door made of?
Does that not do anything? Did it do anything?
I'm just waiting for a unanimous decision.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Kick
the
the
only thing we
fucking
can do. Just push it back up. Push it.
Okay. So, as you push that lever once more, you hear something behind the door moving,
Okay.
and then you see as the door makes the slit down the middle, and it starts to shift little bits of the rockage around the wall. Rockage starts to trickle down, and the door slowly opens up,
Right.
and there is.
We're halfway there.
We're halfway there. And a rocky, dark stairway is opened before you.
Wait, is that it? We did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you it was very
Twinkle
simple.
Oh, I don't know what I did, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
For
that
the
still.
sake,
Basically sums up D&D.
yeah.
So in character.
It worked.
For the sake of a very oversimplification, 2 equals the right, 1 equals the left. So right, left,
Oh, I
right,
didn't know
right.
that.
Okay.
I was thinking, oh yeah, 2 means you put both of them up.
Nah.
That's what I thought.
To be fair, I was thinking of going the evil way and having east, which is 1, which is the left, have to be done first, and then you do the right 3 times. And anyway,
God damn it.
yep, you guys are gonna have to find out what the fuck's hiding up there at some other point, because I'm gonna jump to them nerds.
Yeah.
Oh, another harvest back. So yeah, he's currently KO'd. For a quick one, is there anything you want to do, Rachel, while it is just you and Lucius? Also, 1 second, I have to do a shouty. Hello! Hi, Bubba! Hiya! Anyway, yeah, hi. Is there anything you want to do?
I will have my hour or 2 pretend nap,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll get back up and just start doing more.
Mm-hmm.
Pretend
That-
nap. What'd you do? Did you just lay there like?
I lean against a chair and pretend to be asleep. But I don't have to sleep. But I've got to pretend I sleep because the guy said I had to pretend to sleep.
It'll be even more unsettling when they figure out you're not breathing, and one of them panics thinking you just died in the lab. Like, "Ugh."
She was telling me about drinking too much coffee, and here she is, overworked.
Dead. But yeah, I will have a fake nap and then I'll get back up and start doing more work.
Mhm.
And just keep a very close eye on all the stuff that we wanted to look at. You know, because we don't need them. We were gonna do it ourselves anyway.
Exactly.
We were forced to cooperate.
Sure,
This is forced cooperation.
sure, forced labour, why not?
It's a labour of love, but it's forced nonetheless.
Why can't I quit you?
I just love science so much.
Ugh,
I have
science.
an addiction. Yeah, that's what I do.
Okay.
I am going to actively attempt to be as non-unsettling as possible. But I am aware that that will be a challenge with my -1 charisma.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
But I try not to creep him out too much.
that's fine. You do the job, and therefore they have nothing to say about the situation.
Exactly.
So, with you and Lucius, just kind of going at it and only really talking when needed, or if he gets a spurt of energy, you continue through the night after sleeping.
Yeah, definitely 100% real sleep.
Mihailo inevitably comes back, continues working too, lets Lucius go into a very, very long coma. The rest of that will continue into the next morning, and presumably they'll be back by then, or dead. We'll find out. But yeah. Oh, that music came out of nowhere. So, with
Don't die, guys.
Chaos Crew, you head up a set of stairs. Make your way as you desire into the bowels of hell. Possibly.
Right. So the stairs going down or up?
Up. You've just come from the door. You are now walking up the steps.
This has been over a minute, right? So I'm not raging anymore. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say barbarians first on this one.
I will keep climbing these stairs. I will go for.
Give front row seats to the ensuing calamity.
Wait, Sophie, is Sophie here?
No, sit right back. She gone toilet.
Ah,
Well, there's no big surprises around the corner just yet, so.
Except for
Just
your
yet.
untimely demise.
Nah, rocks fall and you are buried.
Nah, it's the rest of them.
Good job, you got the blood sample early.
Woohoo! I don't need any of you anymore.
She didn't get the engine oil from scrap.
No, I didn't get to taste human blood. God damn it.
It's fine. I'm not gonna lie,
Surely as a
someone
vampire,
scraps
you
some
know what that
blood
tastes
in
like.
quotation marks,
Yeah,
it's
but-
probably on
but-
my mechanical overalls.
but- like Goldie could be like some A-star quality blood that I haven't tasted.
Oh,
You know what'd be fucking
the
hilarious?
wagyu beef of human.
Yeah, she could be Wagyu beef level.
I'm not gonna lie, it'd be funny as fuck if you drank some of Goldie's blood and just went, "Well, had they shit sunshine right there, motherfucker.
That's delicious.
What the hell happened to my voice?
That right there makes me smell purple. Fuck. God damn. My Meemaw used to make them colors." And it just takes one swig and suddenly you want more of it. Like, shit, am I thirsty? Goddamn.
Well, I don't.
Shit. Hey, what are you doing? Get back in the stairs. Get back in the stairs. Hey. This is the ghost of Christmas past telling you. Get back in them stairs, boy.
Lee, you didn't set up any walls, right?
We out of here.
There are walls. Freedom within these walls.
This couldn't be fucking ominous over here, could it, eh?
I know,
What's
yeah.
gonna happen?
Oh. Bad, Mosey. Stop breaking my walls.
Hey, get your
That's
ass
why
in there,
I
boy.
How the fuck are you breaking my walls?
No, there is like a little. There is a little bit. It's like on a door frame. If you just take it at an angle through. It's
Oh yeah, well, take that.
oh well, fucking.
You mean bitches. Breaking my walls, breaking my walls.
Breaking the wall.
Stop getting out my walls!
What, do you not like it?
No. I
Does it
don't
make
know.
you feel powerless, Lee?
No,
Look
because I could just do
where I am.
this.
I just want to be comfortable.
You have no power.
Hey, fuck you, man.
Duplicate.
You can't defeat me, Lee. I'm a fucking virus.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You think you're all powerful, huh?
Oh no! Oh no!
What happens when I revoke your privilege?
Then I become Mini-Me.
What happens when I revoke his privilege?
Ah, shit. Then
Then
I'm
he
out of
becomes the torch.
Yes.
I'm back.
Hello.
I didn't realise we were-
Woohoo!
Yeah, they're currently breaking my map and being evil and making me
Hello,
powerless.
Well, why is there a Gideon there with a suit on this time?
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
What?
Oh, hello.
Okay, you guys can feel free to continue moving now.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm coming. Sorry.
That's what she said.
Hey.
Ah,
hey.
no. Got me there.
All of the colours.
What's this?
It is a well. You notice inside of the well there is a little, it seems like a sifter to differentiate and or let slip evil parts of the water that will consume and kill you. No, it's a well direct to the water below.
Mm.
You look inside
The
it.
sewer water.
Yeah, seems very pure though.
Hey.
The first. Do we still stink?
Yeah.
That's in the sewer.
Right. We free to look around the
Yeah.
room.
Yeah, you do you.
Okay.
So, along the walls, there are some markings in that same language that had the numbers, the weird like scratching. Again, because you guys don't know what it means, it is just scratches along the walls for the most part for you.
Hmm.
And what's this that I just stumbled upon?
It is a breach.
Mm.
As you take your first step, there is no rocking, it feels very sturdy. The wood itself seems very new. to a degree. You can see what looks to be very tiny spats of blood here and there that have been forgotten, maybe, or if it was ever cleaned, they didn't notice it. You see little bits of black soot or powder in small little crevices inside of the wood as well.
Mhm.
There's a small voice in the back of your head going,
Jump. Fly. Let's do it.
Do it.
Just die.
What the hell?
I'm surprised when you mentioned there's a bit of blood on the bridge, the ghost of Lilith passed and go, hey, what? Hmm?
Oh, hello.
Excuse me, motherfucker?
Somebody said blood.
She's already down licking it, like, this is some F grade.
Yeah.
Disappointing.
Just some basic
What the
bitch shit.
same hell?
You can feel free to move as you please.
Okay.
Well, nowhere else to go,
Ah.
I guess.
Nope.
Okay.
I want to step very like tentatively,
Yeah.
like double checking
You.
if it's like sturdy as I go.
Yeah, it takes your weight, no problem.
Charge.
Even I was gonna say, even as Savras comes riding along it, he seems to be full on fine. Like his stomps don't even make a dent. As you are walking along and looking
That's a
over
long
into
bridge.
the water, you notice a couple of small shadows.
Oh no.
The water itself
Ah.
is 20 feet down below, by the way. And as you look down, you see a couple of shadows moving very delicately. They are about ish and ish the same size, but it seems sparser in like general width. It seems almost like maybe it's multiple creatures that are
Mhm.
joining in herds and swimming together.
Okay. I
Um,
think we should go.
Yeah, the music is not
Helping.
It's like battle music. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's on purpose. Yeah. Let's go.
No, it's not. It's just what's playing. It's
Levi
just
Jenkins.
it's just what's playing. It just happens to be very fucking good timed.
I think I've
I'm
lost you
running.
guys on this map. I can see very little around
Keep
me.
walking forward and you'll be fine.
Just keep walking.
Just keep walking. Just keep walking.
Yeah.
Ah.
You're going the wrong way.
I feel like
Ooh.
I just entered something that I shouldn't have entered.
Yeah.
Ah.
Same.
So as you
That's what he said.
giggity. Also, there is a
hello.
door there. I don't know why that didn't block you.
Um,
Wow, this is interesting. Nice base cat here.
Oh yes. So as the two ghosts enter the room and the rest of you enter the room, firstly you should have had to open the door first,
Oh,
but
yeah.
because the
Oh,
map
no.
did not want to work,
Wait.
before you do
I'm sorry.
anything.
ah.
No, the map itself wasn't working. It's
Oh.
nothing to do with you guys.
Hey, look, come down here.
Savras was just going at such
Guys.
speed that he
I
went
honestly just
Guys.
thought the bridge was just gonna go to the
Bam.
bottom.
Hey,
I didn't
Lilith, follow
think-
me, follow me.
I can literally see it. I can literally just see in front of my
Let's do it,
hands.
yeah.
You don't want to see in here. Don't come in.
Guys.
So
I am the big bat. It is I.
Just transform this.
Why did we go back? Why did we think going forwards was the way?
Because you stupid.
Stupid.
What?
Choices were made.
Why is it-
Altogether, you have probably a lower modifier than me alone.
I mean, yeah,
Uh,
fact.
Yeah, because if you add negatives,
Oh, well, yeah,
it doesn't get
definitely.
any higher.
There we go.
Mm,
So the room is mildly lit.
My -3.
Jesus Christ.
oh no.
God, what?
Maybe if you just add all your shit together, you might
The,
just be
the
less
door's
than.
locked.
The door was locked, but for some reason it wasn't working. But
I just booted it open.
yeah, that
Mm,
very
Yeah.
thematic, to be fair.
Welcome to my lair.
Since you are here, as you enter, the room is well lit.
It's a monster.
And as you enter the room,
Mm.
you look
guys are
around
so
for a second, and
Fucked.
with the booting of the door, thematically,
Oh no. Oh
you
no.
all hear
Oh.
Oh.
with the sound of Bane's mask covering their face, You
Guys, this was a choice.
dare to step into my laboratory? They turn around and look toward you, and the green eyes burning, almost with a spectral fire beneath the mask. As they look toward you, the head shakes very slowly, and you hear from behind you as the doors slam shut.
Mm,
You will
Why?
explain yourselves, and then I will kill you.
why did we listen to the fox again?
Mitsuko is currently just there, like, I
Can
don't,
she fight? I mean,
I don't think we should be here. She goes, poof!
Ah,
Is the gem vibrating for Scrap?
The gem is currently shaking.
Ah, god damn it.
well,
I ain't gonna lie, boys. I think you have made a mistake.
well, got a little bit lost. Was looking for my ex, you know.
Excuse us, we're real sorry. We'll be going now.
We'll be moseying on out.
Oh, well,
Fuck shit, my
well,
bad, man.
look at that. Oh, look
I
at
had
the
too much
time.
of my mimosa moonshine right here, baby. Shit, my bad.
Mitsuko appears as requested, and she's currently like shaking head to toe. She looks over at all of the things, and there's that wild anticipation and curiosity, but also absolute fucking fear.
Reasonable.
So, as this person
Oh
walks,
god, I just saw this.
oh yes, as they start to walk into a better view, as they walk past the fires grow a bright green as they walk past them.
mm,
That's a pretty fire you got there.
What
Wow,
you
is it
cooking?
French? Is that French? Wow.
Wow, look at that. Never seen it
Ah,
glow
look,
green
he
before.
farted.
And as they look over toward you with a slight... You're not sure, to be fair, as the mask covers it, but there is a silence with the jokes. And they come over here. They have a large staff in hand with... Actually, hold on, I'm pretty sure I should be able to see... The Doctor. Ingenasta. The Underground. The Doctor. In that picture, even though it's very small, his staff is appearing there. He has assorted gems embedded into it, and one that looks like the back of a scarab toward the bottom of it. As they step in the middle here, they clang the bottom of their staff on the ground, and you see all of the little drones in the area suddenly become alert, and their tiny little baby wings flap for a second, and then with their one little eye, their tiny circular bodies and their very small hands and feet, they all turn and look toward you. I say again, why are you here?
mm.
We genuinely got lost. It's not even a
Honestly,
lie.
I actually didn't know what I was looking for. Like,
You ain't my ex. Oh shit.
my ex was just in the sewer. He was threatening
ain't
to
got
kill
a
me,
pistol.
and now, why, I'm here.
The drones start to, with their little mechanical whirring sounds and little feet, they start to line up and move from their stations.
Mm.
You see, this one comes over here, sitting next to the cage. Two from the back move toward the mechanical thing. With their staff, they look over toward you. I think you will make suitable test subjects.
talk about the first.
Guys, leave.
Let's have
The
initiative.
door's locked.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh, it was nice knowing you.
Guys, we'll remember you
Uh,
for a while.
For a while. Ouch.
Like, don't-
oh my
Hey.
god.
Some of us live a long time, okay?
True.
As if they're like having a nice cushy like evening. Like
Yeah, we
Lilith
didn't do
and
the
Gideon.
stupid thing.
And we're here like
We
being
didn't do the
tortured.
stupid thing of going in the sewers alone.
I'm elbow deep in guts, but it's of my own making, and I chose to do it. Whereas you guys have kind of
Hey,
made a
I'm having
choice
a
there.
lovely nap. I got like some warmed evening gown brought to me. I got my own bed. My man's gonna bring me some food in the morning with a nice bit of wine. I'm alright. I'm good. You motherfuckers are gonna die.
This is what happens when you send people with the like the group intelligence score of a mouse down into the sewers,
I mean,
followed by
technically
followed by a
speaking,
fox with very poor decision-making skills.
technically speaking,
Decisions were made.
I think it's
They were not
worse
good.
because they have equal to a mouse, nearly.
Oh no!
No, wait. No, a mouse has less, but still. Collectively.
Decisions were made. We never said they were good decisions, but decisions were made.
Well, this was a calculated decision, but men were bad at math.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You know, we got through that door. Like that's an achievement.
If I have learned two things in this session, it is one, stay out of the fucking sewers, and two, have a nice mustache, because that gets you a lot of nice things.
Yes.
Stink. And
You're the one in the sewer.
face.
No. I mean,
I just had a lovely bath, actually.
yeah.
Yes. Now, good luck. Enjoy. What's actually fighting? Let's see.
Why is there like a casket down in
Oh,
the
okay.
bottom left?
That's where you're gonna be. That's why.
Because of reasons.
That's where you're going.
Oh man, look at that. There's 4 cages for all of us. Wow.
As well as what look to
Well.
be coffins with runes on them.
Oh, nice.
It's almost like
Um,
it was planned. And Lee knew you'd be dumb.
Does this mean we're gonna have to do a fucking suicide mission to save them? Because I'm telling you now, I don't have a lot of firepower.
Yeah, that's basically just gonna be me. Is what you say. That's
If
basically
you
gonna
roll
be.
it with our new characters, it's fine.
God.
Well,
I'll be behind you like, here's some good vibes, man.
anyway, so Goldie.
What you gonna do, G?
I didn't want to make the first move, man.
Yeah, we can go from next time.
Also,
You can leave the suspense.
Yeah.
also the picture I just sent. I think this is us.
Literally everything. Think twice. Bestie, I don't even think once.
Oh,
Yeah.
everything is okay.
You can actually pinpoint the exact moment they walked into this room. This was the face of everybody that played.
Yes. And they weren't even supposed to see it that quickly, but I'm glad. Nope.
Yeah, we wouldn't have passed the puzzle to get into this room in the first place.
No, it
so-
was literally just a keyed door.
Tools are an amazing
So,
thing.
Knock knock. Who's there?
yeah.
Why did we do this?
Wait, you still have the key, right?
Yeah, it's my
Okay.
lucky key.
You can unlock the door and leave.
Do you try?
No, I don't try.
We have to go through the water again, and we have no boat.
Can you swim?
Oh yeah, you don't
There's
even have
still
a way to get
giants
out.
still in there.
Oh wait, there is no escape. is there? You guys have to be there.
All I'll say,
There's
all I'll,
gotta be some way this results in
Yes.
you not dying. Otherwise, Lee would
Yes.
100% not do it.
yes.
Yeah.
Unless you guys like really pissed him off recently.
Hey, to be fair, what you're fighting, actually
Hey,
looking at the turn initiative,
you-
isn't that bad.
You know what? All I'm gonna say is, recently I played Magic with Erin.
Aaron?
Yeah, and you got really salty when I did nothing to you.
I was taking the piss. But yes, I was definitely dedicating my entire being to destroying you, but it didn't work, so fine.
No.
So now it will work in D&D instead.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now
No.
I will do it, for I am
Um,
God.
There is a way to get out of this, and in all honesty, you do have a key. I will not tell you anything in regards to success, failure, or any other crazy ideas you have between now and then. But
Did
think
the
it up.
guy just introduce himself as well? Did he tell us like his name?
Nope.
He basically said, "Fuck you! How dare you enter my lair? Right, I'm going to use you as experimental rats."
How nice of him.
Oh yes.
Cool.
Fuck you guys.
I look good enough to
Get in the coffins.
Oh my god.
At least you know if you die, your body will get put to good use in
Your-
scientific
I was going
research.
to say your body will be used in science.
Your body won't go to waste.
I will say
I get ripped open by Lilith.
this room, from what you guys can see from a first glance, does accommodate many of the levels of sciences. Goldie, what's your move, Goldie? Bang, 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 bang.
What can I do? Like,
If you refer to my
Go
gift,
to sleep and do it next
you're
week.
referring to.
Or Rachel's gift.
In the room, there is containment devices. There is a roaster for destroying the bodies of the remains of the fools that
That's
tried to enter
nice.
their lair. There are
Mhm.
coffins to bury your eternal remains. There are small herbs and mushrooms for dosing you with drugs and things, you assume. There is an altar
Coffee
that's
only
for
spot, yeah.
blood rituals and sacrifices, which more than likely will happen. There is giant
Cool.
mechs, and
next you say.
and you have Mitsuko.
I like how me and fucking Lilith just look like we're part of
What's
this
this
team.
here?
We look pretty funny, guys.
Is that a chest?
Yes.
Or
You
like,
came to the wrong neighborhood.
What?
motherfucker.
That's why secretly, that's why we're not there, because we're not allowed to fight against our overlord.
Mm.
So us guys.
Mm.
Yeah, I'll send you my spiritual weapon. Rather than general.
bro, I use like my hunter's mark and stuff on the other. Oh, I just.
If it makes you, if it helps, my spiritual weapon looks like a giant syringe.
I have one rage left.
Well, you better put it to fucking use.
And
to be
you've-
fair, what you're against isn't that bad. If you were fighting the things on the left.
Yeah.
Oh god.
The little robot thingies are pretty squishy.
They are.
Yeah, Modrons aren't that strong.
Are they?
Squish those.
I think we can just try and kill him,
Cool.
and then the drones will be useless.
I can attack once.
You
How
want
many
me
times can you
to aim
attack
for
around,
him?
Goldie?
How many what?
I want to do it next week, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah.
How many
I'll
attacks
do
can you make per round?
One.
One. I've still got my
Yeah, cool. And there's-
action
Best case
action
scenario.
surge.
Best case
Maybe.
scenario, you killed 3 a turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There are currently 12 enemies on the field. 11 of them are Modrons. Best case scenario, you kill 3 Modrons a turn.
Yeah.
Good luck,
Or
boys.
one of you kites it. You kite all the thingies. One of you runs around in circles, and they all chase after that one person.
Zombie tactics.
Can I not
Zombie
use
tactics.
Can I use my first initiative roll? 'Cause I
To
think
cry.
I've got token selected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
gonna give me the best chance.
I use my turn to cry and leave.
I want to spray some perfume on and flirt with this guy.
You never know, he might be into it.
Yeah, he's definitely not
Might
wearing
need
a
some
mask
licking
that
muscle.
seals such things from his senses.
Shoot your shot, man.
Yeah.
You shoot your
It doesn't
shot.
matter.
Nobody can
It's
resist.
a confidence thing.
I'm
Oh
not
my
saying
God.
no, I'm just saying, well, you know,
Unlikely.
unlikely.
Confidence alone is
It's
sexy
sexy,
enough for this
yes.
doctor.
Look, no, he turns people into human experiments, but possibly.
But he could be so tempted by your sexiness that he's like, you can be an assistant, not an experiment.
Yeah.
Although he definitely wants to experiment with your insides.
Every magician needs a sexy assistant.
That's true.
True.
And he can experiment with you in other ways, because you'd be 100% open to that.
Yeah, instead of 100% open.
Oh, yeah. But at least you've got a whole week to figure out what to do.
Yep. Enjoy the map. because you're
gonna-
going to be
Quick,
looking at it for a
quick,
bit.
someone hack into Lee's roll 20.
I'll do what I'm gonna do.
I can confirm that will not save you.
God damn it!
I've made copies.
No!
Ha 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 ha.
How dare you think ahead?
You guys have a way to think about how you're going to play this game, but ultimately it's going to boil down to bang bang, bonk bonk, boombox.
Meanwhile,
Oh, guys.
snoring in the
We playing tomorrow?
Meanwhile, I'm just eating
You
some
know,
lean cuisine with a glass
we
of
have-
wine.
Why don't we just join him? It doesn't seem so bad. Like,
Oh my god, we can turn this into an evil campaign.
I mean-
why can't we just be one of his evil henchmen?
I mean,
like,
You're gonna become a-
Mostly because you
Horrible.
currently have a bounty on your head, so you're not going to help much.
you know? I have so many questions about that. But
You could always use your inspiration if you have it.
That's true.
that is true. But then I feel like he'll be a lot more useful in this fight.
Yep.
Not gonna lie.
But I have a spare inspiration to use
Yep.
because I have inspiration already,
hmm
and I got given one at the
Can I
beginning.
just say as well, I think we all deserve inspiration just because we played our characters at the
That
right
is
level.
very
stupid.
true.
You know,
That's true.
fair, though this is the end of session, so if anyone doesn't have inspiration, you can have it.
But,
I will
but
give you
if
that.
we
I used
already
it.
if we already have it, can we donate it to the cause next week?
No.
Please, pretty please.
No.
Man, so I have
Okay,
inspiration
so
now.
Selfie can have my extra inspiration because I have no questions to ask right now.
Okay.
Oh,
Otherwise, it just goes in the inspiration bin.
I mean, does anyone else have any like urgent questions?
I have no pressing questions.
Is this guy digging my vibe?
Is he like so into me?
Is that a question?
No, that's not my question.
We already know the answer to that one.
It's 100% yes.
I was going to say, profoundly and untimely, definitely a yes. And he definitely doesn't want to explore you internally.
He
I mean,
wants
he
me.
can explore you
Not the way
internally
I
in
want
different
him. Has anybody got any questions?
No.
I suppose I have one. I
Mm.
guess just in relation to why have I got a bounty on my head, man?
That is a good question. Usually, that happens when someone places it on your head because you've been a naughty girl.
What have I done?
Oh, I
It's her
don't.
boyfriend. Who is her ex-boyfriend?
Well,
Who is
tip-
it?
He was just putting out lit torches with his bare hands.
It's a real
If he
man.
can do that with
is.
his bare hands, think of
Real
what else
man.
he can do with his hands.
I got hot
Why
hands.
do you
Oh,
have
God
an
knows.
ex?
The real question is, why is he an ex?
Mm.
That's something to find out.
Also, Mosey, you can feel free to leave at any point if you want.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye, my dude.
See you later.
So yeah, yeah. For more specifics, putting A to B together,
Mm.
you probably had the hit put out on you by someone you've begrudged recently, because under normal circumstances, obviously your ex not counting anyway, you
Yeah.
would never have been told about bounty. And given that he took his time to come and tell you as soon as possible, this hit was put out in the last 24 hours. Who have you begrudged in the last 24 hours?
The ship captain.
Oh.
Nope.
Is it the guard?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Doctor.
Yep.
Probably the guy with the doctor's mask on. Yeah, there you
You're
go.
looking right at him.
This is why we're
Oh.
playing the clever character.
Him?
You caught him.
He knows who I am.
You caught
He
him.
shot at him!
Shot at him.
She didn't actually, to be fair,
John
but
Principle.
I didn't.
You saw
wait.
him and started chasing him down an alley.
How can he how does he know? Like, he must know me. Like, to have put a bounty on
That
my
or
head.
he said, I want a bounty on the really fit chick walking around with a massive fuck off gun, and they've gone, yeah, we only
What?
know one fit chick with a massive fuck off
What are you
gun.
on about? There's so many of them walking
Yeah, but
around.
only one of them goes.
I-
Help me.
I'm more interested in who you've lost
Headline.
favour with, that your ex still has favour with. That's more interesting to me.
God
So
damn.
spill the beans.
And that's all the
There is
emotional
so
stuff.
much
You want to know
juice
why they're
that
an
you
ex.
don't know.
I want
That's
all
the
your
important
backstory.
Juicy.
Oh, your backstory, I
Okay,
belong
that
to me.
much.
Give me your backstory. It feeds me.
I need the law.
That's literally why I play D&D, because the story is so fucking good.
Oh my god. We're gonna die, so you're never gonna find out.
Lol.
Hell yeah.
Lol.
We will. If we die, you can tell me anyway, unless your next character
Right.
ties into it.
Well, if I die, you can just trade my body in for a bounty, so win-win.
Yeah.
Still get something out of it, I guess.
Yeah, but that's assuming I live as well, and I'm about to die right here as well.
Oh man. I see what he did. He put a bounty on my head because he knew I was coming after him, and then he's gonna kill me to get the money. Smart.
Not really how bounties work, but okay.
No.
Hey, I've killed my bounty. Can I have money now? It's like,
Listen,
Yes, I'll pay myself.
it's like, okay.
Pay me. Great job. Thanks, me. Here's the money that we already had.
It's like, good job, me.
oh man. I wish I didn't have eyes, so I didn't see him, and then it'd be okay. We wouldn't be in the sewer.
Yeah, but you also pretty much would become pointless because you shoot guns.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
I wish I didn't have eyes. Oh shit, what did I do now?
I use the force.
I use the power of sonar.
Hey, you leave sonar out of
Beginning
this.
of every single fight, we just hear Goldie going.
Just echolocation.
Bang.
I can hear you.
So good.
I hear the sound waves coming off of you. I mean, I hear the sound wave coming off of you, goddamn.
I hear you saying waves bouncing off that booty.
What happens though when you fire your gun? Does that just like drive you fucking nuts? Is that like a flashbang?
It's like,
Oh my god, nobody thought about that.
you suddenly go like the noise version of blind.
Deaf.
Yes, that one. I'm a DM.
Good job, Lee.
I'm a DM.
Ew.
I do words.
The noise version of blind. Do you mean deaf?
I'm a good DM, I swear.
Like with that motherfucker, what is it? In Critical Role, someone said, "Oh, how do you do reverse math?" I was like, do you mean subtraction?
Yeah.
We've all been there.
I'm not a smart man in person. I'm just very imaginative.
That's all you need. That's all you need.
Has anyone got any questions involved with the game or not?
Oh, I need to go to bed.
Yes,
But when we play next,